people in the anonymous, and there is a good chance that Mr. Oyedele might be listening. All right, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, if you are listening, my question to you is this: are you going to follow the money? Because rumor has it that now you want to start looking to Nigerians' bank accounts.
So wait, Tudo, don't be offended. So you want Taiwo to do something DSS does not do. DSS does not track terrorists on TikTok. You want Taiwo to go and track terrorists, to go and track the number one citizens. You're on your own.
Taiwo doesn't need to track their whereabouts. The money, is it tracking?
That's what
the
I'm
money?
saying. So Tudo, we're saying the same thing,
job, right?
No. If you see money that is marked for terrorism, you avoid it. The same way, if you see TikTok that is marked for terrorism, you avoid it. These are things that are codified. Nigerian army will literally see terrorists wearing camo and avoid it, and hold the citizens wearing camo. Guys, let's be serious.
Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, I don't want to believe that this is above your pay grade. Are you suggesting that these terrorist guys and the money they're collecting is above your pay grade? I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. I think you should chase the money. I think you should follow the money. If you
why do you think your chairman, as you called him, why do you think he said even if corruption is 0% and waste is 0%, we still need to tax the Nigeria will still be a poor country? What he's trying to say is like, guys, this waste and corruption matter. More than leave for now first. More than try pay tax. Most years we do it. He's not interested.
And this is the problem that I have with him and his arguments, right? Even when I asked him that question on that space that day, I mean, he patronized me a little. I don't have a problem with that. I don't need him to butter my ass. I just need him to answer the question gently. Nigerians are paying ransom every day. Paying ransom for kidnapping. This is systemic failure. Business, man.
Do you remember Tize's story last time? People in the military, top officers in the military are paying ransom. Their family are paying ransom. Leave me, right? I'm a bloody civilian. People in the military are paying ransom, and after they paid that ransom, some of them were still killed. So, I mean, guys,
so my question, what I was asking is that if I pay that ransom as a business person, can I file that as the cost of doing business and get tax refund or tax credits? Can I?
Yes, you can get that. You can get it through the presidency.
Are you Taiwo's mouthpiece or spokesperson? As Taiwo said, I can file my ransom as is kidnapping ransom tax deductible? That is the question I'm asking.
It should, because it's a business.
No, because I'm on a business trip, right? And I'm paying VAT as I go, right? I'm paying state tax as I go. I'm paying everything else connected to the business, and my ass gets kidnapped. And they contact my business, and they contact my family to pay ransom, and they the business account, and they take the money from the account to pay the ransom. Is that tax deductible? If you are saying all I'm saying, Mr. Oyedele, sir, if you are listening, expand your deductions. The definition of deductions for Nigerians, expand it. Let it, if you're genuine about saying this is for Nigerians, is to help Nigerians, then you have to factor in the systemic failure of Nigeria, that Nigerians are subsidizing every day. We are the ones subsidizing systemic failures every day. All right? All Nigerians are providing for their own security. Nigerians are fixing their roads. Nigerians are providing electricity. Nigerians are everything that government is supposed to provide. We are on top of that. You want to slam us with a fuel surcharge. You want to slam us with another 15%. Then you're going to slam us like, come on, man. Let the poor breathe.
It's the opposite, please.
It's brief, it's not brief. It's brief. BREF.
I speak now.
Let us brief now. So again, you can tax OS because it says it's going to tax OS. Because as an OS, And Velela, I don't know if you recall, I made this case for OS before I actually said it. I said, OS, you are service provider. I remember starting when I said that day, people were laughing. And guess who went to agree with me? Something tells me I was listening on this face. It's always on our faces.
Yeah, please, Taiwo, if you are listening, remember, just in case they give you the powers, terrorism as a service is a field in Nigeria. So honestly, if you tax the terrorists, they will help, man. It would boost our revenues. Illegal mining as a service too. If you tax the illegal miners.
You are not truthful. If you are truthful, so you want to tax OS, and then you are trying to track Nigerians' deposits in their accounts. You want to track every money that's coming in. And if I have a large deposit in my account that I can't explain, you want to come and finger the money. It doesn't make any sense. So if you are being honest to yourself, address the issue of terrorism. In all of the sessions we're having, this issue has not come up. It has not come up. Address it. Are you going to follow the money? Are you going to follow the money or not?
And these are no small money.
No, they're not small money. All right, let's because it's not fair on Nigerians. It's not fair on Nigerians that are paying through their noses to subsidize government failure every day. Speaking of subsidy being removed, Nigerians are the ones subsidizing government inefficiencies on a daily basis. We are the ones doing it. And on top of that, you still want to track everything else that's coming to our bank account. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But if you now say, Ogaturo, this terrorism angle is above my pay grade, I'll leave you be. All right, let's move the mic. Sam, jump in.
3 persons have spoken, so I may speak now, right?
So after Sam, DG will jump in. Go ahead.
So if I'm not audible, let me know. My mic is fine.
No, you're audible. You're audible. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Sam, aka the Bloody Uganda. Yeah, a lot of people have spoken. And what really got my attention and why I really came up is that guy that was almost, well, it's not almost, it was actually gaslighting us. Is it Farouk Abi Khalid or whatever his name is? And that is why a lot of people will say they are no moderate Muslim. But as you have said, to vindicate them, yeah, sure, they are moderate Muslim and good people in Islam religion everywhere in the world, just like every other religion. And also, we have terrible people. But the 21st century and what is happening in my country right now is really unfortunate that when people come and say certain religion are being killed, genocide is going on. You understand? And the Muslim people say it is not so. It is this and that. Which means you are trying to downplay, trying to whitewash people's true reality. Your people are being killed. You speak out. You talk about it, but don't condemn other people's reality. What is happening? You understand what you can see that is very, very evidential. It doesn't make any sense. And direct and to your topic, what is really going on in Nigeria? See, what is going on in Nigeria is what the system has set, and they are really achieving it. You understand? What is going on in Nigeria is that the two dominant religions they are in a clash right now, as it is happening. You get, even though we are the poverty capital of the world as it is right now. The government has never been this terrible. You understand? You get over 80 million Nigerians are living below poverty line. What has never happened in the history of Nigeria. But APC came and they brought their change, and we are facing it right now. I don't want to go into politics, but what is really happening right now is what the system wants it to be, and it's really happening. And that's why you can see they can easily proscribe a particular group in the southwest or southeast as terrorist group, even though yes, they have gone excessively, they have gone beyond what should be, and they are terrorizing Same thing is not happening in the north. You understand? If you remember how many years or how many years it took to proscribe Boko Haram as a terrorist group, and now the former president said it was farmer Aida clash, because I don't understand, where was that, how, with who, what were the evidence, and now they are calling them bandits. What I used to know as bandits in my secondary school are people who just steal and go. But we are talking about people who kidnap hundreds of people, human beings, kill them, capture them, burnt their houses down. They are even trying to give names to people's villages in their numbers. The northern part of Nigeria is littered with IDP camp. Bro, we are in war already. So, was it 2, 3 or 4 years ago? This Commodore Olakunle came to channels. He was speaking. If I don't want to listen, if I didn't want to listen to anybody, you understand? Rumor can fly, but I'm listening to somebody who is a criminology intelligent officer who works with the presidency, said there's an agenda to Islamize Nigeria. See, if I was the most stupid person in the world, if I didn't believe in them, if I didn't, since I don't even believe in any God whatsoever, I should be able to believe in somebody like that. You understand? It was live on Channels TV and he was saying it. You understand? Like, it seems Nigerians don't know what is happening. You get? You can put one or two and try not to believe that it's not possible. But it is playing out in our eyes. You get? It is playing out in our eyes. You get? A lot of people have come here to drop their submission in whatever way. The nice, the good one, even those who are trying to be sentimental. You understand? But to bro, today I'll not lie to you. This country, if the system does not bring the Nigerian people together of all class religion, you understand, and those who believe in God, who don't believe in any God, you get, bro, this country has to disintegrate. And when we are talking about disintegration, it's either peaceful or otherwise. You understand? You get that NSAS we are running from, bro, is likely to happen again. And it is inevitable, you understand? I don't know when it will happen again, because we don't pray for such, you get. But when a system has been designed, you get, to keep failing its people just because of their own selfish interest whatsoever or a personal agenda, you get. I never believed that thing, that Nigeria wants to be, there's an agenda to Islamize Nigeria. I was thinking it was a rumor. Bro, I'm saying it now, I'm believing it. You get. If people could say because of some, if you remember, what's the name of this guy? The former, was he an AD or an assistant to former President Buhari, who is saying an insult to the Prophet Muhammad. Anybody who does that, a blasphemy, anybody who does that, death penalty should be final without court trial.
Issa Patami.
No, it's not even Issa Patami. The other, Issa Patami was not the
Issa
AD to the
Patami
former
also said
president.
so.
Exactly. So if I'm talking of that guy, you understand, that guy, that kind of office he held in a country. And have you forgotten also a guy who said, a guy who was alleged to have abused the Prophet Muhammad? You understand that the case is still in court. But I watched the video, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was thinking it was AI. I had to do my research to confirm it. You understand? The one was saying in his anger, a Nigerian lawyer. You understand? He was saying that guy must face the consequence of what he has done. And even if the court found him not guilty, that they know what to do. Imagine, you understand? Look at that level. People are placing religion first above a country's sovereignty. So we have a long way to go as it is right now. And we have to split. It's either we like it or not. One of that must happen. It's either the rumor has it that Islamization will happen, it will happen. You understand? We see what had happened to other countries. Yes, it will happen. They will Islamize the country. If the Nigerian people are not ready, people are dying, and some fools are saying there's no genocide. Muslims too are dying. Only a fool will say, but who is killing them? You understand? Look at that fool that came here trying to gaslight people here. You understand? And that is why your friend here did not agree with you that there's no moderate whatsoever. But we have moderate people everywhere. So these moderate people should speak up. You understand?
All right.
They should speak up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Why don't we segue into the next speaker? That is a nice way to actually transition. So, DG, is there a plan to Islamize Nigeria? Should I be ready to choose my name to Abdul very soon?
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a good question to start with. And it's already morning, so good morning, everyone. I get from this end. Sometimes you just need all the energy to join such conversations, and sometimes the sad part of it is how much sentiment that crept into people's maybe, let me just say, intelligence as well, and misinformation. You may say sometimes some kind of whole-scale or large-scale ignorance of what is at the background and what is happening and what is possibly going to be. Now, to start with your question, it's not possible for anyone to have an Islamization agenda from day one to the last day. And one of the things I've always found very, daunting and wanting of, evidence is this fear of Islamization. I think it's maybe down here we have our own version of it, but which may not likely be the same thing that you have elsewhere in the, maybe part of the world, which is real. So, and each time one gets up, you'll see maybe Southeast Sharia Islamization, Southwest Sharia Islamization, South. So even the North too, which is actually a product of some kind of miseducation. Let me put it that way. Now, what I have in mind to say is we kind of keep lumping things up together, and we will never arrive at what we are facing in reality. Yes. Now, let's take it from this point of say the insecurity here, what's happening right now, the killings and everything, the dimensions within. There's no gainsaying the fact that we all know that there are as many as more than 11 reasons, causes, factors behind what is happening in Nigeria at the moment, and which Nigeria might not be the only one being affected. But for now, we've identified over 11 causes of this. Now, there's no denying the fact that one of them, of course, is called genocide. Yes, by the definition of genocide, according to the UN, of course, has to do with any kind of harm, even harm, let alone killing, just harm someone based on their own faith, their own tribe, race, or any other ethnic group. It's genocide. So, and the reality of it is that we have people that are just simply killed because of their faith, having the other, professing the other faith on all sides, be they Muslims or Christians and so on. So we have all of these things. But then, to a large proportion of what is known and seen is that the Muslims are more prone to, more susceptible. That's my submission. I have developed one theory. I call it the theory of peace for peace in Nigeria. Muslims are more prone to silent and violent extremism for some reasons. And the reason is not other than the fact that. Sorry, okay. Okay, the reason is not other than the fact that you want to interject.
Let's slow down.
Okay.
So you acknowledge that is genocide. Is there a Christian genocide or not?
Yeah, there is a Christian genocide.
Okay.
Yeah, but then the wrong part is what people get swayed with is, which is not true, is to say that every aspect of the killing, the whole figures, everything is about the genocide, which is no. We have cases of farmer herder, we have cases of ordinary crimes, we have lots of other conflicts that are existing, but then we sometimes overgeneralize, which is the harm, to say that this is a Christian genocide. And I think for people who would be fair to the governor of Benue, your own state, is that there has been no any particular moment or time or any, where you have a group of, say, we are Muslims, we are all out just to go and kill Christians,
So wait, they have to announce that they are Muslims?
No. What I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying is, genocide would have to happen by someone. It's not by one individual cannot execute a genocide. It has to be collective, we versus them, or us and them, and so on and so forth. That's how it works. So, in essence, nobody has sat down to plan that Christians should leave Nigeria or Christians should not be in Nigeria.
Okay.
Now, for some of us, hold on.
So if we're in Benue State, right? Since you brought up Benue State State is 95% Christian.
Yeah,
right?
or even 98. 98. That's
I'm even giving you conservative estimate. Yeah, 98. So
fine.
when the killers come in, right? They say Allahu Akbar, okay? They massacre the people in droves, and then the people who are being massacred are either dead or they wind up in IDP camps. The people who are doing the killing are either being rewarded or being reintegrated. Do you see where I'm going? And they're Muslims.
No, you are not going anywhere, because who is integrating them? Who is rewarding them? These are two basic questions that should sort things out. Who rewards them and who reintegrates them, sort of. So you see, but anyway,
we should put the blame on the person that is reintegrating and rewarding.
No. You are the one. Hey, Tudo, you are the one mentioning these things now. You're just as if there is somebody out there. So that's the problem.
When you
that's the problem.
Hold on. When you rehabilitate and reintegrate, what is that? You
rehabilitate who? You rehabilitate who? And you integrate who?
Repentant terrorists, repentant killers.
No, you don't have. There is nothing like repentant killers. You are diverting and you are digressing. The dimension of Boko Haram crisis in its own way has its own dynamics, which is entirely different from what you have of the Fulani headsmen and other kidnappers and other bandits and other criminals that hide behind all of these things that are happening.
Okay, so when the headsman clashes with the local, and then the local winds up arrested, in prison, or waiting for a death sentence, what is that? And it was the headsman who came to invade his land and his farm.
Yeah, you see, this play of semantics, that's what has been.
What? I just give you a scenario right there.
Yeah, let me explain to you.
Okay.
Please try to understand this. The headsman, the Fulani headsman, is entirely a different ball game from those of those other extremists. No Fulani will come in the name of fighting, in the name of in the name of Islam. He wants to establish a set of Islam. That's not their track. That's not their lane. We should understand this clearly. They are the extremists.
When they wipe out the communities they've wiped out in Plateau, and they moved in and renamed those places, they are, and churches have been converted to mosques. Those are not. As we ignore those ones, they're not.
Yeah, so in cases like this, where you now have introduced one other dimension of the issue of land grabbing, land disputes.
Oh my God!
Land disputes have been there.
What is
there
in
Nigeria? Hold on. Yeah, I'm talking about knowledge. We're talking about land grabbing. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Can you talk through your mouth? Don't put the phone in your ass. Can you try to do that? Then you might speak differently. Don't put the phone on. Put it in your mouth.
I think this is like being disrespectful.
No,
why don't you be polite so that we hold a conversation?
Somebody just gave you
no
example. And you are saying it's semantic.
Why don't you choose to understand?
Right,
why don't you choose to understand?
No, I can't understand what you're saying.
So why would someone close his mind to understand as if he knows everything?
Literally give you a scenario, what happened on the ground, and you're saying semantics.
Yeah, semantics. Hiders are different.
Yeah, hold on.
Hiders are different.
Mute your mind. Mute your mind.
Chris, hold on. It's actually not. Hold on for a bit. DG, please don't be offended. DG, go ahead and give us all the 15 forms of terrorism that are happening in the North and the Middle Belt. And if you don't mind,
11.
Yeah, whatever. Right. And then, if you don't mind, do me a favor.
Please.
Hold on. Let me get to the end. Let me get to the end. Yeah. So what I want you to do for me is you tell me Christian genocide. You define what it is, and then you tell me where it's happening based on your research. ethnic cleansing. You define what it is and you tell me what is happening based on your research. Farmer header clash. You define what it is, you tell me what is happening based on. So we can all be on the same page. Land grabbing, kidnapping. You describe all those ones, so we can be on the same page with you. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, then let me make this simple appeal. I choose to come here to engage in this, I should call it a fruitful conversation for us to understand each other. Because maybe sitting at the background, when we understand the level of maybe misunderstandings that are being passed around. So I think it's being patient and being mature around holding conversations like that, we understand the dimensions. So let me go by what you just, what I've tried to highlight here. Now, the land grabbers, they belong to the Fulani sect, mainly, who have been displaced by one reason or the other, who would trace their own origin to certain places by some historical, permutation and combination, which you and I cannot really justify. But for anybody, those land grabbers, they are not the jihadis. It's not their business. No jihadis will go and claim, after doing committing their crimes, and then they will settle there again and take the land and all of that. No, that's not their own line of business. The jihadists, normally the extremists, who normally would kill in the name of religion for whatever reason, their own misguided teaching and understanding will exactly be like the Boko Haram. Boko Haram will never kill you to take over your land or any other thing like that. They will just do a move for their own interest. That's their own. They all have their own modus operandi. Now, for the Fulanis, the other farmer ones, we have them. I'm from Gombe State. Gombe State, there are, you have lots of traders coming in through the northern borders into Gombe State. So each harvest season, just like a time like this, they normally invade these farmers. Farmers have to rush to pack their distance, and there are so much, part of the complicity with the agent. They pay them and then they pass through. Now, so that's another dimension. And again, ultimately, linked closely with this issue of urbanization, population, disappearance of grazing reserves due to
climate
practices.
change.
I'm not mentioning climate change. Maybe you are just adding it now. Okay, take it. All right, just be patient.
Chris, please, let him do. Chris, I'm pleading with you, man.
Chris, wait now. Chris, wait.
Please, hold on, man. Please, hold on. And please carry on. So, DG, if you don't mind, if you think that someone's mic is echoing, is it? I don't know. DG, wait for a bit. Let me just. Is it? Okay, thank you. So, I think one of the things, because I'm actually taking notes as you're speaking, I'm taking what you're saying very seriously. Land grabbing, mostly the Fulani sect, they were displaced from somewhere and they are trying to get back. They are not the jihadis. My question is, are you Fulani? Are you speaking on behalf of these people? Do you know where they were displaced from? Right? So we can sort of go around that one before I move to the jihadis, which was the next one you talked about. How do you know the Fulani were displaced and they are trying to get back to where they were displaced from? Please carry on, sir.
Okay. Traditionally, what used to be, especially from this part of the north, especially, these Fulanis, they move around, they are nomads. So sometimes they settle in one place to claim ownership, and then they move on to where you have greener pastures. So through this movement and with the changing, condition of urbanization and all of that, so they now begin to lay certain claims around certain places. So these are some of the issues. I'm not the one trying to point out this or create it. I'm just giving you a background. So you have people and you have instances of these land grabbers and land disputes, that have constituted so much.
Don't be offended. Don't be offended. You are saying a lot of things, but you're not saying anything directly, right? Are you Fulani? Let me just start from there so that we can know where we're going to. Are you from Fulani?
By the definition of what it is obtainable now, I should be called a Hausa Fulani.
It doesn't matter. So I know I'm talking to you about your history. So let's actually break it down. Where are some of these places that you are displaced from, you are trying to get back to?
Okay. Now, I'm not telling you as if maybe I'm not talking to you like maybe I or any other person has sat down to have an agenda of these are the places where we come from and where we have to take over. There are pockets of issues like that, and you have them, so everybody knows about them. Okay, so it's now up to maybe.
Sorry, my bad. You don't be offended. I'm not Fulani. I don't know about them, but you're Fulani and you know about them. Give me an example. Is it one of the communities on Plateau? I think there are about 100 of them where they've chased out the people that as indigenous to the place and they replace them and rename the communities? Is this one of the places that Fulani is owned that they are trying to come back to, for example?
Yeah, these are some of the claims these Fulanis do make. Okay, these are some of the claims they do make. So it's up to. So okay, now let me see.
I can help with that history. No. I don't. If you want
should
that,
allow me to flow.
No, hold on, DG, you're back. Hold on. It's quite straightforward now. Like, let me give you an example. I know where I'm indigenous to. If I come back there and I've been displaced, I will try to fight my way back here, right? Are you saying that you do not know the history of these other Fulani people that are fighting, or you are making assumptions on their behalf, even though you're supposed to know your history as a Fulani man? Or are you saying you don't just know your history as a Fulani man, and I should find someone that knows their history?
No. Okay.
Or you don't know the name of these places.
All right. You are narrowly talking about, you assume the Fulanis are distributed in Africa, not even Nigeria. So no one can rightly come out to tell you exactly their pattern and their behavior. You have the Ororis, you have the Habes, there are classes of Fulanis, just like any other tribe.
Thank you, DG. Please, what class are the people who are wiping people out in Plateau?
Yeah, those classes are the Habes. Oh, sorry, not the Habes.
Hold on. How do you spell that? Sorry, what do you say?
No, the Habes are the ones that settle down. The Habes, they are the ones that are settled. They have livelihoods like every other class of people.
No, DG, hold on. Don't be offended. Are you saying that as long as you're a header, right, from the Fulani tribe, it doesn't matter what sub tribe you belong to, you will be among these people that are going around looking for where they will settle? So these are
the Bororis. They are, we call them Bororis.
Okay, the Bororis.
Yes, they are mobile, highly mobile. They are the ones that this season you find them here, they move around.
Yeah.
So
question. Where are the Bororis originally indigenous to? If you want me to just let you go, I'll let you go. I don't mind. But I'm trying to get the root of what's going on. Because I don't understand. I don't. Let me tell you why I'm confused, Kichi. This is why I'm confused, right? The people of Plateau know their land, they know their village, right? These herders have come in and have wiped them out, and the government is not doing anything and have renamed their village. So I'm trying to understand why somebody would justify it. So these breweries, where did they originally come from?
Yeah. So I think let me correct one impression. I'm not trying to justify it.
No, you're not a killer now. You Twitter user like me.
Fine. No, I'm not justifying it. So I'm not justifying it. I'm just telling you so that you will know.
Yeah.
So when they're
knowledge for knowledge sake. Yeah. No, definitely not.
Very good. So these Bororos, because of their mobility, that's why you find a Boro man maybe that has settled down around like Yorubas or Igbos. They can speak Igbo fluently and any other language where they sit around. So because of their mobility, they do live. So therefore, what I'm trying to point out to you, please understand this thing. I'm not a sympathizer for them. I'm just trying to give you some of the ways that we can understand some of these conflicts. So each time you have a conflict like that, the claim is they usually make that there are four factors, grand this and that have settled down here, and these are their farms. So they are coming back to claim. So that is why it becomes an issue for the government to settle because of the way it is. That's just the reality, if you like that one. I don't know if I answered that.
This is so much going on. What's going on here?
Please, hold on. We need to hear people out. Please hold on. Let's hear people out. I mean, he didn't have to come up to the speaker section. He came up. Let's actually hear him out. So, DG, what you're saying is that the Bororos, right, the Bororos Fulanese, their claim on that land is that their ancestors owned that land at some point, right? My question is still, where are these people indigenous to, right? Where do they come from? So, for example, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So, I'm from Abia State, right? But my family owned land in Kano, right? Because, when Nigeria was still a sensible place to be in, my father taught in Kano extensively, right? So we have land there, right? So again, if somebody asks me where am I from, I'm not going to say I'm from Kano. I'm not going to say that I'm going to displace when my father went there, he bought land from the people of Kano, right? That's how it happened. I'm not going to say I'm going to displace the ancestral owners of Kano because I know where I come from ancestrally. So please, where do these rules, where do they come from ancestrally? As a Fulani man who knows Fulani history.
Yeah, in the traditional or oral history, they say they are from Mali, Senegal, and parts of Niger, these are their origins, but because of their mobility, they're highly mobile. You find them everywhere, and that's why that label is used. They are called nomads. So you can check up the meaning of a nomad. Someone who moves
Hey,
around with their cattle.
myself,
Yeah.
I'm a digital nomad. I identify with you, right? So what I
Very
understand, what I understand now is that people, right, from another country, right, came into this country, into people's indigenous land. Hold on, and are saying that they own that land. So they came into that land, met people there, and they are saying they own the land. That's what I'm hearing. But if that's not what you're hearing, tell me so I can understand more.
This is not CNN and this is not a news cartel.
Let him speak. Now, you didn't have to come up now. Anytime.
Okay, I have a question for him.
Let him answer the question first. Let him answer that question. DG, answer the question.
Yeah. So what are the simple way to answer that question, because of the rising tension here, I can feel it, is to tell you that it's not necessarily to say that these people are actually from those other, because of this one. If you don't understand the concept of this being a nomad, then you may not understand the pattern, the way these people behave, because they are at a point in time. That's why their schools, their mode of life is not fixed to any particular location. That's why they are very difficult to trace, very difficult to handle. You understand?
We will cut this part out later. I beg, no interrupt. I beg, I know why they give my man chance. DG, don't be offended. So you are saying that the concept of being a nomad means you have no roots, you have no ancestral land. Yes, that's what you're saying.
That's their major problem. You don't identify them. Okay, with the invention of the modern state, where you have state indigenship, citizenship, these people do not follow regular conventional society to identify with any group. Their life is always in the bush. They can live in your backyard. Okay?
No, don't be
they can live in your backyard.
DG, let's not say in the bush though, because if you say in the bush, it makes you to no longer be a nomad, because the bush belongs to somebody. I mean, you are supposed to constantly be on the road. Hold on. Let me just finish. So if you settle in someone's bush and stay there extensively, you're not a nomad. You're not an intruder and a settler. You're supposed to stay shortly and then move to another place. I mean, that's how I do as a nomad myself. But I don't know about you. But carry on.
So Velele, I'm going to move into your home tomorrow as a nomad,
and I'm coming to your home.
It will now be my home.
Okay. I'm coming to your home.
I beg. Christian, engage.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Question. Hold on.
It's all right. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah. So you said that one of the reasons why these people find themselves in strange places.
Please go ahead, but I have a question for this guy.
Okay. So you said one of the reasons why these people move around, find themselves in people's land, is because of urbanization. But I'm confused because down south, there is more urbanization than up north. And up north has plants that can feed tons of heads of cattle for years. So can you explain that to me? Because I don't understand. Because if you are saying urbanization is the reason, why are they moving down south where urbanization is even more?
Okay, yeah, the answer is this. Because of urbanization, it has taken much of their cattle routes and their grazing reserves. Because right during the pre-colonial period, in northern Nigeria, you have places places that are reserved as grazing reserve, government owned. They are meant for these people to come and pass with their cows. That has been the tradition, even when the white man came and found this a place called northern Nigeria with the indirect rule. That was what they maintained. So urbanization meaning that because of, for example, the whole of Abuja, as it were, if you take it away 50 years ago, it's a bush where you have these minor little normal settlements around.
Yeah.
So, but because of fine.
What I explained to you, so why are they moving down south?
Yeah, the reason for moving down south is just for the greener pasture. That's just where even you drive that.
What greener pastures are you talking about? There is urbanization in the south. My own village.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. But there are still bushes at the back. They don't enter into your own town now. They don't enter into towns.
That bush at the back of my house, they have it in the north.
Yeah, what you're saying is understand. I want to make you.
Hold on. If you go to Ibuzo, somewhere in Delta State. You see houses. Let's even say Asaba. You see the houses and the urbanization in Asaba. Yet you find cars crossing the road, blocking the road. What are they looking for there? Which grass are they looking for in Asaba? Which grass are they looking for on Third Mainland Bridge?
Okay, am I to talk now?
No, yes. Explain that to me. Which grass are they looking for on Third Mainland Bridge? And don't
Okay.
To me, okay?
No, please. Yeah, please. Let me give you the. Don't take the Mainland Bridge specifically. Let me give you the so that you understand the basics. The basic is simple. Yeah, this is what brings in even this issue of the weather, climate change. During the rainy season, they remain in the north. So as the dry season keeps on coming in, at maybe moments like this, it no longer have green grasses in the north because the rain has stopped for a very long time. I think 2 or 3 months ago. So no more green grasses. So they will always keep on moving towards where they will get green grasses until they reach to the end of the southern belts. Then they will begin to, when rainy season starts in the north.
Urbanization now it is climate.
Now, the urbanization dimension, hold on. The urbanization dimension is to tell you that there are certain passages or routes that were meant for them to utilize or pass. But due to urbanization, because of expansion of these lands have been taken away, they are no longer there. So, for example, if I give example here, maybe in my state here, Gombe, there are these reserves that are meant for the planners to pass through when they are doing their seasonal migration. But because of urbanization, all these lands have been allocated, so they are no longer there. So that's why when they are passing, they have to go through people's farms, and then they create all of these other havocs. I don't know if I've answered that question. And it creates.
You know why that is Bullock? Anybody that has a farm, as far as Nigeria is concerned, they've had it for centuries.
That's your understanding.
Hold on.
Your understanding. Sorry.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
Right? I know now. I know about your farm area.
Listen to me.
Look at you. You're talking to me as if you want to.
So listen to me, man. You're gonna
but DG, don't be offended. I'm a nomad, but my parents are not nomad. Our people have been farming for years, from time in the world.
I cannot do it. Don't do that for me, man. I cannot do it. I can't do my shit. So DG, my paternal family have these hectares of land, but there's another one that is acres, right? That is farmland that's been passed down for more than 8 generations. Do you know what happened to my rubber plantation that came down to me? A rubber plantation that has been coming down for more than 13 generations. Your people, your Fulani people, they came there and they burnt it down. What happened? In the morning, they were sighted there, destroying the young trees that my older brother just planted, because we removed some trees because they were old. So my older brother planted some new rubber trees. People in my community, my village, that's a route to go to their farm. So they saw them, they're like, what are you guys doing? Why are you destroying these young seedlings, like these young trees? And they drove them away from there. What did they do at night? They came back and they burnt it down. Hectares, they burnt it as a rubber plantation. I should be on my way to doing a Dangote now. Like, I suppose not they sell rubber. They burnt it down. And you're coming here to tell me that my family's rubber plantation was a house for your fucking Fulani nomads.
No, I didn't say so.
That was what you said here.
No, that's not. No, you're applying it to.
Listen to me. Listen, you're going to listen.
Do you know the north?
Listen to me. You said that.
Do you know the north?
Listen. What you said was that because these lands were allocated, people built on it. That is why they find themselves on people's farms. And then wasn't that what you said?
Chris,
you're looking at it from one point of view. Sorry.
What do you mean by one point of view? I'm giving you.
All right.
Yeah, it's a good example. So it's a good example. But let me tell you the northern part. Let me tell you what happens.
Chris.
Let me tell you the northern part. We are holding a
conversation. Let's dial it back.
No, I didn't.
Chris, hold on.
Calm down. I'm
Yeah.
going to go back in this space. Calm down, man.
You know how much that they plant those trees?
Chris, I understand.
Chris, I lost cocoa seedlings too. Now mute your mic, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Are you going to
and
cover it?
I have not only lost farms,
Almost
we have not only
pounds.
lost farms, we have lost people.
Yeah,
as
people
well.
have lost
So,
actual human
What the
beings.
fuck are you telling
I
me?
understand what you're saying.
280 to the farms in Benue. Why away?
So DG, before I let Kolade, because I don't want to engage you, before I let Kolade engage you, you can understand how difficult it is for people to somebody's mic. Abdul Rashid, please mute your mic. You can understand how difficult it is engaging you because some of the things you're saying are very, very infuriating, for the lack of a better word, right? So you are saying that we asked you. I think Valela was asking you. You are basically suggesting that because these guys are nomads, first of all, you're very condescending, telling us to go look up the meaning of nomads, okay? And then you are suggesting that because they are nomads, wherever they step onto, automatically is theirs.
Everywhere belongs to them.
Like,
I
bro,
give you the
like,
whole contract as long as your leg touches it. It's yours too, right?
What is this? Like, what are we doing? Like, come on, man.
Sorry, I didn't say that whoever did their leg touches theirs. I never said so.
But
I never
that was
said
what
so.
you
Please,
suggested.
please.
That was what you
No,
suggested.
I
You
didn't.
didn't answer the question.
No, I never said so now. Then I never said so then. What I said is in the north. No, I never said wherever they step is theirs. Who said so? Who has that right? Nobody.
All right, Chris.
Nobody has that right.
Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
We have not reached that level. I'm the sheet spotter. I'm the one that will call out.
So what I'm saying. So what I'm saying concerning urbanization. Hold on. So what I'm saying concerning urbanization is mostly affecting the northern parts, not your own place. Because in the northern part, I've told you, even during pre-colonial period, they have crazy farms. You look it up.
So are you in support of open grazing? Are you in support of open grazing and the way life?
Very good. Open grazing.
Real quick.
Yeah, we have to be far away from open grazing by now. What I know is I've done some research on the subject. Hold on. At all, because that's not done in this modern world.
Okay.
US with all its land mass has 20% of US land is reserved for ranching and grazing.
Okay.
Our neighbors here, Ghana, have done the same thing. Knowing where these Fulani are coming from, they try to restrict them to where they are coming from. No Fulanis can own indigenship in the south. They come from the north. So tie them to the north. Let no cow cross this certain boundary or border. It's done. And then
all right.
problem.
All right. But that's not what I heard you say. Kolade.
Yes, my brother.
You said you wanted to engage this.
Yes, you triggered me in your submission. You came up with the word "follow," and that's like they're now trying to now shift in code. Like you know these people so well, and the people that are causing this havoc. But I have a contrary opinion because again, this is real life experience. My wife is from a place in the southwest called Ije. And in that Ije, she lives among the Oro. And they've been living for more than 50 years. They rear cow, but they don't do all this rubbish of like taking their cow from the jetty down to where or no. They have been stationed there.
Hello, I can't hear anybody. I'm the only one. Oh, what's happening? Sorry.
Okay, Kolade is speaking. DG, can you hear Kolade?
DJ, can you hear me?
All right, let me drop you, DG. If you can hear me, I'm going to drop you and bring you back. DG, if you can hear me, come back up. Kolade, do you want to wait for him to come back? Or?
I think I should wait for him to come back.
Okay. Let's wait.
Can I say this?
Yeah?
I think he said that being nomad and moving with your cattle is something that is indigenous to us. He didn't say that in exact words, but he implied that. But that is wrong because the Hausa culture, if you care to go and read it, they never moved with animals. They never moved. What they did was to have the animals stationary and they go cut grass or whatever the animals eat. That's the culture. They never moved with animals. I understand that yes, when the Fulani came and conquered the Hausa people, yes, that they started, but it's nothing that was indigenous to us. So he's saying it like from inception, of Nigeria, we created grazing route. Which route?
All right.
There was nothing like grazing route. You should not come here and distort history.
All right. Kolade, DG is back. Go ahead with your.
Okay, DG. So what I say, can you hear me now? Can you confirm if you can hear me loud and clear?
DG, are you there? DG. All right. DG, are you there? Okay. I don't think I can hear anything. Yeah, let's just move on. Kolade, hang tight. I'm going to try to drop him and bring him back. Let's take hold on, let's see, who do we have here? Okay, it's a disgrace. You wanted to respond to DG. So hold on.
No. Yeah, if you don't mind, I just want to make a submission. Because
okay.
I'm working in a hospital, and I will leave a question for you to ask me.
Okay, okay, right. Real quick, go ahead.
So essentially what I want to contribute to this whole discussion is that what is happening currently has presented us with an opportunity to renegotiate this geographical space that we seem to call a country. Personally, for me, my personal experience is that personally, Igala, my dad is, while my grandmom is from Enugu. So, and basically my dad's village is a few kilometers away from Ezike. So essentially, I've always been of this opinion that if you look at my dad, where my dad is from, and culturally, he's not a northerner. By all classification, they will describe my dad as an Igala person, which is ridiculous. We can't. The biggest issue we've got in our country is that we keep telling ourselves lies. We can't face each other.
So, what side of the border do you fall? Kogi or Benue?
Kogi.
Okay.
So essentially, my point here is this particular atrocity that we're currently discussing has been ongoing for many years now. I remember back then when I was working in one of the rural hospitals in southern Kaduna. When you hear their stories, I'm sure you will cry. I don't want to be very graphic, so I will just hold my peace. And this has been ongoing and has been caused by a particular ethnic group, which we all know who they are. They invade, they kill, they burn, they sack, they rape, and they go without any form of justice. And for some reasons, they are more of a citizen than the rest of the country. That cannot go on. I think what we need to do is to sit down, renegotiate this space. And if it means to divide the country, let's divide the country. Let everybody go home and have their peace. My question for DG, because I'll be hanging around and listening, if you don't mind when he comes around. My dad has
DG, are you there? Can you hear us now? DG.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Okay. Sorry, I can hear you now.
All right.
I was almost going to be blaming your nomad network there, but I'm glad.
Okay. All right. So DG, just a bit about me there. My dad, 10 generations, I know their names. When it comes to my village, I know where they are buried. And we've got many hectares of land that is described, that carries our plantation for both palm wine and palm oil. And that has been the mainstay of everybody in my village, many generations. And they are in Kogi State, in Kogi East. So, by your classification, will you describe Kogi State as part of the North? And do you think a Fulani man is indigenous to where I'm from?
All right, DG, answer the question, and then we'll go back to Kolade. I saw Shehu here earlier. Shehu, I don't know if you wanted to chime in on what was the conversation that we had on at the time, because I noticed you muted your mic. But I don't see you in the speaker section anymore. If you want to come back, DG, are you there?
I think DG has dropped now, but
oh my gosh,
I'm just going to summarize.
These nomadic networks, Jesus.
Yeah, it's a very nomadic network. So I'm just going to say, just before I leave this space, I'm going to be on the space anyway. But what I'm going to say here is this:
real quick,
we've got to tell ourselves the truth. We know if you live in the US, when you describe somebody that's committed a crime, if it's a black person, you say African American, 6 foot tall, wearing this, you describe them and you say this is a person that's committed a crime, and the police go after it. Why can't we describe criminals? Why can't we describe terrorists in our country and say this is who they are? We all know that those people causing the genocide in the Middle Belt are Fulani people. They are Fulani terrorists. These are who they are. They are not indigenous to Benue. They are not indigenous to many of these parts of the country. Let's push them out. Let's get them out of this place, and then we can renegotiate. I personally feel the country needs to be divided. Let's all have our peace. Let's all go our separate ways. Simple.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Kolade, go ahead and I'm going to let me pull up this guy. DG. In the meantime, where's DG again? Oh, okay, he's requesting. Hang on, guys. Shoot. Give me a second here. Because
to be honest, Tudo, I'm feeling nomadic, man. Can I become a host while you become a co-host? I'm thinking to, I don't.
No, so you travel into my space and then
honestly speaking, right?
And then you become the host.
I become the
because by the international definition of a nomad, you automatically become the host.
Bro. I think what the whole my friends come to visit me, I'll be like, guys, I hope you don't have nomadic character. The guys will be like,
all right. Ade, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
DG, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Direct.
Praise
from
God.
the nomad zone.
Kolade, talk to talk to DG, Kolade, and then I'll come to Shehu quickly.
So DG, I came up because of what you said. Because I sense we are now trying to shift in code, the goalpost. They're trying to now give us a name, the Bororos, like they are the ones causing this havoc, which I completely disagree. The so-called extreme Muslim jihadists, they are the terrorists terrorizing Nigerians and Nigeria country. We need to get that clear. Where my wife is from, I got to know in Cook, the so-called Bororos that you just give name now. At least I've known that region for going to 20 years now. And in those 20 years, the Bororos, I know them. They rear their cow within that environment. They don't move around. So the point that whenever I want to buy cow, I usually send money, and I gave you the location, is the Betty. You can go and Google it. I send money to them. They send the cow via a transportation company to me in Lagos. So where you came up with this idea of the Bororos are the ones I completely disagree with you. I completely, because the ones I know that I've seen and the way it ought to be is they don't move around to say they are taking their cows from Igbeti, they are coming all the way to Lagos. They are stationed there. The owners of the land know them. They've been there for 40 years. In fact, some of them now have chieftaincy title. Because I was asking one day, I have to call my mother-in-law, oh, these people, blah, blah, they are part of us that we know these ones, like they've been there long, they know them, they know each other, they're not claiming anything, they're not claiming anything. But you to now say that in quotes, it is in quotes, the Bororos that I'm like, no, I completely disagree with you. No, we don't, what we know is they are extremists within your religious cycle that you guys need to start calling out rather than give us something else to start chasing. What we know is these guys are terrorizing Nigerians. And enough is enough. So, Biko, that your Bororo story or no Bororo story, please, I think you just keep it to yourself and let us face the facts. Because the Bororos I know, I'm not seeing them move their cow from from all the way from Liberty say they are coming to Lagos because there is no like, the farmland of those who they've been within the same community for 40 years. So that is a life experience. All right. My brother. So please say you can say something else and don't shift the goalposts. Call those residents among your ranks and let us call them by the name they bear, rather than just trying to just like Bobo us with some names and some stories that was not gel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I mean, it's not really a question, DG. So I think it's
okay. Yeah, I think it's. I need to say something because for you. Okay, let's put it this way. I'm not interested in getting any credit for this because I'm an educator, so that's my primary function. Now, you're saying of people that sell cows that settle around Lagos and so on. This have already become settlers. They do that, but the real rural, they never settle down in any town. They are on the move. And I'm giving you an example that in my state and in all the entire northeastern state where they come from through Lake Chad Basin, okay, what they normally do is they move around with their cows. They know their routes for years. So each farmer knows that so time these people are going to come. They normally quickly harvest their crops. These are real life issues. You can check and browse on it. Some of them have settled. The fact that you are buying your cow from this doesn't say anything. These people will not even sell their cows to you because that's the class that if you touch one of their cows, anything, they can fold the whole of the yard and everything because of one cow. That's how they are. Not the ones that are dealing in selling and buying cows. Yeah, that's that. Then second issue of saying, okay.
Wait, my brother, you don't get it. What I'm saying is simple. Leave that name, okay, leave that name. That's what I'm telling you. Don't use the name to like get us into chasing, going round.
I will take you to that one. I will take you to that one. Now we are done with the Fulani classification. Now let's enter into the Islamic problem. If you want to hear it that way, we can digress. I'm an educator, so I should be objective. I've learned to be. Now, I have said this. I said I have developed a theory of peace for peace in Nigeria. What I have said is that Islam is very susceptible to extremism, silent and violent. Without people knowing, they get into that level. And there are a lot of the killings down here in the north and maybe in other parts that are motivated by these religious differences from these extremists, the silent and the violent ones. This is the point. So now, just to cut this story short for you, I've identified the way we can solve this problem because, like the Fulani problem, if all the northern states where Fulani claim indigenship should hem and provide grazing reserve for these people that they should never move out of these ranches, make it, modernize it, and so on, as is done in Ghana and the US and other developed countries. If they do it, it will solve everybody's problem. All these things. But why is it that our political class can't see through this simple solution? Pen down these people.
But that's not. Oh, okay. Somebody's mic is jamming. That's not a religious.
Yeah, no, that's example. No, an example.
Hold on. I want to attack this nomadic one. Let me attack this nomadic one. Hold on. Now, so we'll attack the religious one when you tell the religion. Let's talk about the nomadic one. Let's reverse that question on you. Why shouldn't the herders actually use the money that they've made from rearing cattle all these years to go and buy land and settle? Let's carry on.
Yeah, I think this is simple. So let's not restrict the question to our own very niche here. Why would a country like US dedicate 20% of the total land mass across to this?
People own the land. Like
no. This is under federal fire service reserves. It's not people. It's a public land. It's a public space. It's held in commons, not by any other person. Go and do your research. Then you come back. Do your research.
If you is misquoting the U.S. law here, I want to engage in on this. You keep talking about the U.S. Yes, you keep talking about the U.S. allocating 20% of their land. I want to make some correction. Honorable host, if you can please give me the time, I want to engage DG on this, please.
All right, Stanley, hold on, my brother. Let me hear. I really wanted DG to go into the religious part, but let me hear. Shiu, did you want to chime in on? I think you wanted to say something to the ongoing discussion, right? Or you wanted to make a separate?
Yeah,
you wanted to make a separate submission?
Yeah. No. I know. I was just the Fulani issue. I'm also Fulani, okay. So I just wanted to add to what. I think DG had pretty much touched on probably the thing I wanted to touch on. So
I don't know if there's anything for me to add again. There was a point I wanted to make, and he stated already.
Okay, thanks. Anti.
So don't be offended. I've just looked it up, and what this guy is saying is correct. DG, you're an educator. Please give me a link. I can verify this US 20% business, if you don't mind. Comment section. Yeah. Because when I'm on space, I'm active. I don't work, right? A pen and paper, laptop. That's how I'm telling you to do. DG, drop me a link. My guy. Let's go. But yeah, you can talk about the religious one. Why you drop it?
We all know that cattle or cows don't move about in the US. They are in farms.
No. That's not what he said.
That's not what he said.
He said the US gave people free land to solve the problem, and Nigeria should do the same. So my hand is in the air. Like
the US never did that.
No, stop. Don't misinterpret DG though. DG is saying that's what the US did. You are not in the US, so please mute your mic. DG, please, if you don't mind.
Because are you in the US? How did you find out?
I believe DG. I believe DG is an educator. If you don't want to believe DG, mute your mic. DG, please give me a link or something, man. If you don't mind.
All right. So don't worry. Let's not quibble over.
Okay. I will drop the link. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do it for you right away.
Yeah. So I think what I want to take out from what you are saying is that basically the government should earmark certain lands for ranching. That's basically what you're trying to suggest.
Let's not say it like that. The government should take land away from people and give to people who don't want to buy it. Yes, let's say like that.
Okay.
Please, I don't like what you guys do here. Yeah, the government should take land away from people who own land and give it to people who don't want to buy land.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can carry on.
All right, Stanley, you were going to say something real quick.
Yes, no, I just want to make a submission.
Yeah, go.
Yes, can I make a submission, please?
Does it have to do with what we're talking about right now, or just?
Yes, it has to do with what what you're talking about.
All right, real quick, DG Hankai, we'll come back to you with the religious angle you wanted to go to.
So, like the Fulani crisis, it is West Africa crisis. But I would just like to share my quick experience with you as to what we are doing in Liberia and what we have advised the Nigerian government to do as pertaining to the Fulani crisis. So the Fulanis are nomadic herders, and they are all over West Africa, and they are coming into conflict with those who are mainly farmers. Now, in the case of Nigeria, first in Liberia, here is what we have done. We have banned all open grazing. We have banned anyone from moving with their cattle, from one place to another, because the nomadic people, they are not paying taxes, and they are not forming permanent settlement. So as a result, they are not contributing to peace and security. Of course, they are contributing to the economy because the beef industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And so our government has built area where there is a crop called alfalfa. So we have asked people to plant the alfalfa and sell it to those Fulani people and ban them from having open grazing and going to places that they are not indigenous to those lands. So it is a very effective law. We have built butcher houses and we are exporting beef. Now, Nigeria could have benefited trillions of dollars from the beef industry if the Nigerian government were smart enough. The beef industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and the Fulanis are into that. But they have not invested into what technology. They are still into nomadic farming in this 21st century. A big country like Nigeria, with all of the resources, should be able to establish a multi-billion-dollar industry and educate the Fulanis, telling them, hey, you can change your lifestyle, because they are coming from the Lake Chad region, and because of climate change, Lake Chad is drying, so they do not have access to water. Now they are coming into places where they shouldn't be, and they are coming into conflict with with those that are making farm. Part of the problem it is the government, because the government has not. There are so many laws. 2016, for example, Benue State passed a law in which they ban open grazing, and in 1978, the federal government of Nigeria, I hear DG talking about allocating land. These things has been done in Nigeria under the regime of Ibrahim Babangida, and I was in Nigeria when Umaru Musa Yar'Adua ratified the law. I reserved some places for people to buy and to graze their cattle, and then not to pass there. But the problem is that because of the lack of industrialization in Nigeria, because of the lack of advancement in science and technology, because of the backwardness and the lack of vision of Nigerian leaders, they cannot build industry. They are bent on corruption. And so they are not able to, number one, invest into the security sector to be able to implement these laws. And the Fulanis are becoming more and more desperate with a religious undertone. So when people become desperate, when their livelihood is threatened, they use both their religious undertone and their own economic power, to do what they're doing. But if Nigerian leaders had a vision and the ideas enough, I monitor, like the Nigerian last election, I brought Bola Ahmed to the presidency. None of them talk about climate change with the exception of Peter Obi. All of the candidates, none of them did not know what they were talking about whatsoever. Zero. They have no idea as to what they're talking about. Now, so Fulanis are taking the laws in their hands. They are carrying arms and ammunition. They are arming themselves, and they are taking to the Quran and using this mentor. And I can say to you Nigerians, I don't want you guys to feel bad about it. In the next 200 years to come, there is absolutely no Nigerian leader that have the brain and the vision to solve that problem. And the problem is going to escalate until Nigeria will either Islamize or it will break apart like it happened in the former Yugoslav republic. Because when you have too many competent, incompetent people who don't know what they're doing, it leads to separation and the breakup of the state. And the Fulani crisis, we all eat beef. If you go down, our food is made out of beef, and the Fulanis are into beef. It's just a simple thing for the government to invest in security, number one, to enforce the law, number two, build meat factories, vaccinate the cows, educate the Fulanis that, hey, you have to form a permanent settlement, don't move from one place to another. They will collect taxes, you build factories to be able to process the meat, and then educate the Nigerian farmers, plant alfalfa, like we did, Liberia, like we are done in Ghana, and other places, plant alfalfa and sell it to the Fulanis. This is the same crisis in the DR Congo. You have the Tutsi who are pastoralists. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, just yappers.
Yeah, he have you, really have you. I like it. Thank you so much, my speaker, for giving me this knowledge free of charge, honestly. My brothers here found it very difficult to understand the simple calculation. Please, I have shared the link on 21% of I've shared the link.
We'll see the link.
I've shared the link. Very good. Please let somebody talk to it.
Oh Lord, can you wait? I want to talk something. This Stanley, we exported peace to your country. Nigeria brought peace to Liberia.
We don't care about that right now.
I bet right now, okay. Actually, my father was part of the ECOMOG troops that went in to liberate Liberia, and it seems that
to say something like, without the actions of my father, your place would have been unsettled and you may not have been born. But I digress.
No. My point is that no, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad at that. I think this second time I'm seeing him on the stage. I like his submission. It's brilliant. It's just again, it's a stark reminder of where we found ourselves as a country. And sometimes outsiders need to tell you, right? Like he broke it down. He explained it, and it's so simple, you wonder why we're not doing it. That's exactly what I want to say. It is so simple, you wonder why we're not doing it. Anyways, thank you, Stanley, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Kolade, did you want to, where do you go now? Kolade or Shehu, did you guys want to ask?
I think, okay. Yes, I want to chime in.
Ugochukwu, please hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the last speaker that just threw jabs at us, I was not laughing. Look, Oga, I think we are tired of this climate change being the reason why some people have to bring their cattle all the way from one point to the other. That is BS, as I'm concerned. Pure BS. Again, I will repeat and I will tell you, people are doing their business in this same industry without having to go around messing up people's farm. And again, not all Fulanis, and that's what I was trying to correct DG, saying not all Fulanis are terrorists. but some of them that are terrorists. What is the correlation between an elder, you get it, and someone with an AK-47? What is the correlation between an elder and someone with anti-aircraft machine gun? So please, we should just stop all this. And again, like this, my Belele rightly said, you're doing a business. And maybe you should go and read what you posted. Maybe you should go and read it very well. You're doing a business. So what is stopping you? Who says that federal government does not have land? Who says that federal government does not have land? If you have issues, go and make federal government and collect their GREs now. So must still be people's land? That's exactly what people are saying. Must still be people's ancestral homes. And we're just playing, and we're trying to dribble. Instead of us to call a spade, call out the bad eggs among you. Shehu, he go touch you very soon. Because they are messing up your lineage. They are messing up your distance. All in the name of what? Instead of you to call them out for who they are, disown them. You are still there like coming for a company to go and give them land that they have power or they are whatever they do. So please let us stop all this and all this. There's no water in the river. What's the name of that river? Lake Chad. And I'm like, Lake Chad, from where to where? So because there's no river in Lake Chad, you must come to Lagos to come and get water, right?
Yeah, it's almost a sense of entitlement in Claudia. Like the way these guys talk, like I don't understand. Like, have you listened to Bala Mohammed? Bauchi governor. This guy was talking as if the Channels News guy was stunned, except that you have to keep it professional. Like because you wander from somewhere, you know what? Let's move on.
Yeah, please move on.
Yeah, Shehu, do you understand what we're saying, right?
Yeah.
So, what is your take on these things before I go back to this guy?
Yeah.
Because you are
sorry.
Fulani, right?
First of all,
You are Fulani, right?
Yeah, I'm Fulani.
And you can understand
Yes.
that you guys, you are not on the Christmas season right now.
Why is Shehu not bring people from whatever to bring to Lagos, all in the name of what? Why is Shehu not doing that? Why is Shehu not carrying the case 47 up and down?
I think Shehu has better reasons to.
Judo. Good evening. I hope everyone is okay. And great to be here with all of you guys. You know, Turo, you remember I told you, sometimes, if I see your space, I pop it because you don't know what you're gonna learn. So I want to thank Stanley for his own contribution. I appreciate the knowledge that he has just impacted us with, and I just wanted to add even to what Stanley said, and I wanted to tell you, look, we started an animal feed plant in around 2015, and we primarily did that. Actually, we started in 2013, but we launched in 2015, and we primarily did that because of this herder issue. Okay, and we said, look, this is a huge opportunity, right? We can actually turn it into a business. Now, it didn't work out as we would like, but I'll give you my experience if you'll indulge me. So basically, what we did was we had an arrangement with a lot of these guys, these herders who have these cattle, okay, whereby we would give them the feed, okay, they would feed the cattle, and in return, we'll be getting the milk, okay. Now, we did a lot of these trials and things like this, and some of them worked. In other instances, we gave them feed, okay, and they would give us, we would make an arrangement, and then they would give us cattle in exchange, okay, and then we would sell after some time, okay. So we did a lot of trials like this, but unfortunately, we have a cultural issue. Fulani herders, they don't like selling their cattle. That's the. So you'll have a better chance with milk production with them, okay. But as what Stanley said, it's not rocket science. Currently, there's a yogurt processing a plant called Admiral Yogurt, and they have cooperatives with all this Fulani guys. Who are in a nearby community, which they've camped them, and it's easier also for the Fulani guys. They don't have to move anywhere now, right? And these guys give them funding and they give them whatever they need, to feed the cattle, and in exchange they get the milk, and they use the milk for the yogurt. And these projects are even funded by international organizations, right? So things like places like World Bank, all these organizations, they actually fund some of these initiatives, right? So this is a very, very viable business, right? Beef, beef production, milk production, and so on and so forth. And that is what the country needs to do. And in fact, I am currently working on a policy on that, which is to ensure, how do we make sure because we don't produce nearly enough beef for export. We don't produce, in fact, we import most of the milk and the yogurt which we're using in powder form, right? So we are so behind on these things. So I'm even working currently on a policy with some experts on how we're going to leverage on these. We have over 10 million cattle, but most of these cattle are coming in the form of these herders, right? So we're trying to find a way to say, okay, how are we going to attract these people, but in the positive way? You know what I'm saying? Imagine having like 50 million cattle coming into a place in Nigeria whereby they come in there, they give you the milk, right, on a yearly basis, right? It's just milk coming out, and you're giving them maybe whatever the feed or whatever you're doing, and you become a net exporter of milk all of a sudden. So there is an advantage in this if we have a good government policy. But as what we have seen, as what Stanley has clearly said, the government has failed, and at the end of it, also we now have a huge crisis that is affecting, the stability of this country. That's what I just wanted to add.
Now, wow, to the no say the campaign for this your space for campaign because show me I write my own policy job.
Sorry,
I show you tell us about policy where I show you go implement because I write join, but I didn't know that's what we're doing, right?
I'll vote for you any day.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we told him to run the right. He literally refused on stage.
It's not campaign. I was just trying to add to what Stanley is saying, because if we're really a serious country, and he said this is something that we need to solve immediately.
All right. So your dad just officially announced for it, but I'm not ready. So I won't keep that issue.
When are you joining us? When are you joining us? When are you joining us?
Are you serious? Are you even serious?
Don't worry, we just
when you are ready,
then you guys know.
You guys are not. This is not a real opposition. I swear to God. Like, there's no opposition in Nigeria. I saw Ogbeni Aregbe campaigning with people yesterday, quoting Bible. The sin is the righteousness exalted nation. The sin is the reproach to a people. When we come, we are going to bring right. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are you kidding me? All right, no wala.
I don't know how many people have opened DG's link to read, right?
I have opened. That's what I want to say. Please,
okay, you want to DG? Because yes, the guy won't confuse me.
I just finished reading it.
I've been teaching for 10 years now of my life.
I read it.
No, hold on. Chris, you're not able to get the other allowed to counter DG.
Just to maybe see what that I missed 3 times prior.
Yeah,
like, it is an education. We have a problem.
Yeah. Okay, let me say this. Do you have any problem reading what I showed? Exactly, it's a code. I didn't add a single dot to it. Exactly. Don't you see it?
No, the document contradicts what you just said.
How is it?
The document contradicts you.
How is that? Please. Oh, God. Look at you. So even evidence like this, that Stanley brought.
No, hold on, Mr. Kola, if you want to go, should I do it? I want to go to the document and show him that. I don't mind.
All we are being at it, wondering what you are like in your things. I'm really concerned. But
let me read what I have. Let me read it. Rangelands cover an area of 405.8 million acres, or 21% of the U.S. surface area. In the western states, these rangelands that have covered 21% are predominantly federally owned lands, whereas over the Great Plains, rangelands are privately owned. Simply, there are federal government rangelands and there are privately owned rangelands. As simple as that. I don't know. Is there any problem with that?
Pretty now.
What do you have to add? That's all I have brought for this purpose. The fact that there is 21%, there is 21%.
No, DG, no. What you implied. Hold on. DG, what you just read here was a statistics of, what type of land is in the US. I can always pull up one for Nigeria as well. It has nothing to do with the federal government going to go and take land that belongs to people in 2025 and reassigning it to headers. It has nothing to do with that. So
what you are saying here, can't you see? Is it very difficult? Please, some people should help me read this. I don't know.
Hold on. What is your solution there? What's your solution?
Yeah,
what should we do? What should we do?
The simple solution is where you have these headers coming from, where them genius. The state government, because we have a land use act in Nigeria whereby all state lands are owned by state or controlled by state governments. Let them be a certain percentage of the land, state-owned land, not individuals' land, to start and just like what Stan has pointed out. That's what is done. Create a kind of.
Hold on. That was my thought. That was what I said.
Let me rephrase that. So, DG, if I come to Gombe State, right, and I say that my forefather passed through Gombe State, and therefore I own a portion of Gombe State, the state government should apportion me a land in Gombe State to make me happy.
No, you are like kind of putting it in a way which is not what it is. It doesn't work like that. What we are saying is, wait. There are papers that are known, are marked. Yeah, help my case, please. I love it. There are papers of land grazing reserves that have been there since the colonial period in the north that I know so well. Okay, these grazing reserves have been eaten up by urbanization, changes, and so on and so forth. So it keeps on creating clashes between these these headers when they come to pass. 3 people have spoken about this. You had Tali, you had Shehu, and then you had me talking to you.
Did you where are it? I've actually gone and looked into this. I've gone and looked into this matter, right? So these pre-colonial assignments, right? Where is your own list of it? I have my own list. Where is your own list of it? I'm saying this thing to say that. Yeah, just hold on. I'm saying this thing to say that because the government took away your grazing land does not mean you need to come into my village and kill my people and take their land. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
so it's almost like saying that the government takes your property. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So hold on. Why are the headsmen not protesting to the government? That doesn't mean, or why are the headsmen not even going to come buy land? Because here's what happens, right? After they damaged my farm, I simply went and bought other seeds and started another farm. I didn't go and say they should give me land or whatever it is you're explaining. I'm trying to understand this sense of quote-unquote entitlement. I don't understand it. I'm trying to understand it.
Okay, let's sort this matter out. Let's get over this so that we don't overdrag it. Ghana has done something. Someone just rightly here told you, and it was successful. It has become a revenue earner. Even in the US, beef business is one of the most creative agricultural, industrial, value chain. So what are we talking about?
Hold on. Okay. No, it's not about rocket science. It's when you go and take people's land. It's no longer science.
This is what we're saying. What we're saying in our own place, there are lands. All lands belong to the state government. Nobody. And so when the government wants to take land, if there is a need for that, for the industrial park. For example, in my state, there is an industrial park that was created to see the size of the land. Government has the way of and adjusting the for peace to reign.
I argue though. The northern part of Nigeria is bigger than the southern part of Nigeria, and you can actually get land. So, should we be creating this things that you described, should we create them in the south or in the north?
Yes, and like I said, I don't think you are following up. Like I said, there are states where these things are very peculiar, where these claim to be indigenous, where they pass through. Okay, for example, now as we know, hold on, as we know it now, no Fulani could claim indigenship in any part of the southern part of Nigeria, for example. So they are not there; they only go there for the season and then they come back next season. So simply put, in those parts of where you have this land, the government should jointly earmark certain places where they restrict movement of these people so that they are not seen outside. When I said elsewhere in another space, in this hello, hold on. When I said elsewhere, when I said elsewhere in another space, if the government wants, like what is done in Ghana, a single if they create that reserve area, the ear of your cow out of the fenced area, the cow should be confiscated and be slaughtered to be sure to be opened. I am telling you these people
let's simple. Hold on. So let's rephrase it again, right? You know how the government will take land from people, compensate them, and build airports. That's kind of like what you're describing, right? So the government no,
it's not what he's describing. I mean, so let me help DG there. I mean, so what we did when I was with the Ministry of Interior in Liberia, right? I mean, so here we did. We have land I refer to as eminent domain. For example, the Wafudani are not indigenous to Enugu or the Imo State. No, they are in maybe Gombe or wherever they're coming from. The government take or land that is eminent domain, let's say a national park or like a state reserve land, and be like, hey, you guys can make graze right here. We will build your factory here. I mean, where you can push the meat. If you leave for this place, you'll be arrested, and then your cattle will be confiscated. In that way, they cannot leave from Gombe State and come to Enugu State. You know, Enugu State, if the people are into fishery, the government can take a part of the land and say, hey, this place is reserved for wild game. This is what is done in Liberia, in the United States, even in Canada where I live. And then if you are not indigenous there, you need a license to be able to go there, or you have to purchase it formally, I mean, from the state government. Now, it is the best way to control, you know, like the Fulani herdsmen. You find the states that they are indigenous in, you take their reserve land, which create. I mean, this is what I talk about industrialization. And then people say that Fulani don't like to sell their cow. Now, government can better control the government can say, you have to remain here. I mean, this is what we're going to do for you. We will provide the infrastructure, the water and the technology, and we'll encourage local farmers to plant what your cow can eat. I want you guys to Google or copper alfalfa. The Fulanese is not Nigeria probably alone. It's all over West Africa. It's in Mali, Nigeria, Guinea, everywhere. But the way Nigeria is handling your own is the reason why it is completely escalating. It all boils down to leadership, incompetent leadership. This is the point I'm making.
All right.
It is in
hold on.
everywhere. Hold on. One final thing before we do. So here's what I'm looking at, right? The government still owns that land that the people are coming to come and graze on, right? The government is basically setting up a reserve. That reserve is the same way the government owns the federal airport. The government is not giving you land that you are indigenous. The government is not making you an indigenous. That's not how land works. The government is saying, we own this land, we own this park, the same way we own an airport. You are coming in there to come and do business within the airport. The government is not about to make you an indigenous of land that you are not an indigenous of. That doesn't make any sense. It is the US can say, we still own that land, but we have marked out this place to be a place where we will add it to our budget and we'll be planting grasses there. Fulani man, bring your cow, but then pay us a certain rent or something so that we'll be maintaining that place for you and your cow will be growing. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that the government is not going to make who is not an indigent. That doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm trying to make it very, very clear.
No, yes. I mean, so what indigenous we're talking about, the government of Nigeria cannot take the land in Imo State and then give it to Fulani for grazing. No. When we say indigenous, we have to identify originally where the Fulanis are from in Nigeria. Let's say, I'm just saying an example, just hypothetical. Let's say they are from Taraba State, or they are from Kaduna, or they are from Gombe. They take a part of Gombe where they are in majority and tell them, we will build a factory here, we will invest into fighting climate change and agricultural industrialization. Do not leave this area. Every state where they are in, where they have a huge number, put them there and say, hey, do not leave this area. Similar thing can be done in your Imo State and Vida. You are into fishery. Do not just go fishing in every part of Imo State. This is your reserve area. It's called system and control. When that is done, then you will find out that every Fulani violator can be arrested and be charged. But the first thing is that whole structure and policy is lacking in Nigeria. People upon people. When I was with the International Crisis Group, I worked in Nigeria, right? I worked there, and then I worked with GT Bank, and we recommended these things. But the problem is that the Nigerian leaders just don't have the vision and the capability of doing it. It's so simple. The beef is a multi-billion-dollar industry that can employ Nigerians without even thinking about selling oil. Look at Argentina. Argentina is exporting beef. Look at Canada. Canada is exporting beef. Liberia was one of the least producing countries. But because of the conflict in Mali, when I was in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, when the Fulanis were coming from Mali, coming to Liberia, we were prepare our government for industrialization. Right now, as I speak to you, you know we have petitioned the government to create additional security forces that can guard the headers to see what they're doing, where they're going to, and that has been added into like a legislation so that they can do that. It is about creating jobs, at the same time mitigating conflict. So the Nigerian government is asking them to
can I come in?
Hold on.
Simple.
Hold on.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Let me just stop. So, PG, Stanley, maybe you should go and look at what Nigeria has and does not have. Okay, as we speak, Nigeria have reserved like this, PG posted Greenland in the US. Nigeria have their own. Okay, but these guys deviate from those areas, like decide to say, we are going into these places and mess those places up. So it is not because Nigeria does not have area that is good, like areas which is good for grazing. Nigeria does. They've allocated land, but these guys won't stay there. That's one. Then DG to you, maybe you should go and do more research on coast, the Greenland or that you posted. You don't know anything about it, and I would advise as an educator, I would advise that you do some research so that you will get yourself, you educate yourself from more over. Okay, what you are telling us is in the US, this area, the percentage you are mentioning simply tells you that, this percentage of land in the US is good for grazing. Okay, and out of that percentage, governments own this percentage of it, and private individuals, family, owns this percentage of it. So it doesn't mean that government gave, in quotes, people that land to because they want to give them boundaries. No. But because government know that, this area, part of our country, is good. That is where they have the green, whatever that is good for the cows or the cattle or whatever they are rearing. So this is what it is. So don't let us confuse things. Saying that US gave 20-something % of their distinct, no, that is not it. So please let us.
Honestly, if federal government starts to give people land, me I will apply. I can do fish farming. I can even rear cattle sell. If government starts to give people free land for me, I go apply, and they go give me a joint. So I will leave this one.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah. Sorry. Can I ask Stanley? Honestly, a very, very honest question. Stanley, are you willing to consult on this issue? Because honestly, I would love to be able to get in touch with you. I just followed you, and I don't know if there's any way we can have that conversation. Because
yes,
for sure. I will be willing. I'm more than willing.
Yeah, Stanley.
Okay. Please call me back so that we can continue this, please.
Okay, thank you.
So do I get
Man.
a finder's fee?
Don't worry.
No. Trudeau, you say we're not serious now. You say we're not serious.
I'm not God. I just want 9%.
So guys, hold on. Let's hear
Nice,
PG has not dropped. I wanted to hear PG's religious aspect.
Yeah, because I wanted us to get back on track.
Can we just make my point and then maybe I can just.
Sorry, that was a good what's the word I'm looking for now?
It was a good conversation. We actually
Yeah,
got to the
it
got to
really
a resolution.
was. It's coming
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. Okay, coming back, that's good. Yes,
So
because honestly, if the government is going to give land to people who wreck cattle, me, I went out the business.
So
You know.
all of that is nice, except that that is not all about what the conversation is about. If it was only about that, then it would be nice. But it's not just about that, because the people that are cattle neighborhoods and destroying farms and carrying AK-47, that is a completely different conversation.
Yeah, that's. I forgot about the AKs, man. I forgot the AKs.
Bro,
I
you
forgot
can't forget the
the
AK.
AKs.
That is the problem we're having here. If it was just about
forgot the
finding
bloody
ideas about ranching and all that, this would be easy.
I forgot the AK-47. Sorry. I forgot the multiple AK. It's not one, right? Multiple AK-47.
This is why I've said about the AK-47. This is why I've said about the AK-47.
Can I take 2 minutes?
Okay, guys, hold on. Hold on a second, please. We have to also be respectful of those who have been waiting. They're not interjecting. So the point I'm making is that it's almost as though we cannot pretend that this issue is not there. It's almost as though people are doing this open grazing thing ostensibly to go and be killing people and grabbing their lands. And that is the reality, right? That is the reality. So, you can come up with the best methods and best formula to fix the grazing issue and all of that. But from what we have seen from our government, there's no political will to solve that problem of people coming into neighborhoods, lands, and wiping out people and genociding in the name of grazing. Even if you want to stick with that narrative, is what I'm trying to say here. Because that issue is still there. It's not going away. All right. DG, you wanted to bring up before I go to, I was going to go to Chuku and wait a long time. DG, I want to touch base with you. We have large swaths of indigenous people in northeast, northwest. Okay, even your Gombe state, right? Gombe state has a very large Christian population, but you guys are a Sharia state, all right? And all of the stories we've been hearing is that we've had people come on this space to even share their stories. You guys really want to drive these people out. You want to just finish them and chase them out of their ancestral lands and ancestral homes. And I'm wondering, why do you guys want to do that, DG? Why do you guys want to do that? What is the thing? So my question to you will be, for you moderate Muslims, which I consider you as one, right? Why is it that when Christians are saying they are being genocided, whether in the northern part of the country or middle belt, that is when you guys don't need to say there is no. I mean, you have acknowledged Christian genocide, so it doesn't apply to you. But why is it that majority of these talking heads who are going to say, "Oh no, Muslims are dying too, and there is no Christian genocide"? When in actual fact, we know what these Christian communities are facing in these different parts of the country, part of which where you come from. Am I right? Is that a fair question to ask?
Yeah, it's a very good one because we are here to educate ourselves. Sometimes let me stress this. It's not about somebody winning an argument here or anything. Just don't lie. As far as you can back what you're saying, interpretations can matter. We can have one constitution, same thing, but you would need like 10 different, you could have 10 different interpretations, so it's acceptable. But we don't accuse each other of maybe misunderstanding or as long as the basic fact, ingredient, the figures are just out there. So it's about how you apply it. That's one. Then going forward, I wanted to stress this part, that's the religious part, which is the trickiest of all. I started by saying that Islam as a religion, based on its own dictates, is very susceptible and prone to silent and violent extremism. Okay? There's no need to maybe stress this fact or the other way around. The simple fact is that Muslims are expected to stick by every letter of the dictates of the religion as long as it is there. So they are meant and believed for it. Notwithstanding that as a background, it requires some kind of disaggregation because only the Quran is infallible within the definition of sources of law in Islam. The Hadith, which are the second sources, are fallible. So that's where you mainly have some of these other key issues. Now, for example, this almighty issue of blasphemy. The law is not even in the Quran. It's somewhere far away from the Quran, not within the Quran. There is no any particular place where it says if someone does this, this is the reason. Now, I want to stress this so that I make it very short and snappy. That in Nigeria, the solution is there is a need for a commission to regulate the activities of Islamic preachers because they are operating virtually independent of each other. So any group, any person feels they are good in Arabic and can read and maybe understand the Quran, they take up the pulpit and then there you have a kind of some microphone anointment. So and this is wreaking virtually most of the problems we have. One. Then two, there are a lot of ignorant Muslims within the North. Because this advisory system that you people have been hearing about or that we know, okay, constitutes one of the greatest dangers towards the recruitment of these terrorists. Because these are people who get into life without being prepared to fend for themselves in any way. So whatever comes their way, that's what they grab. So they can easily be swayed by those who are, interested in misusing them as political talks, as whatever it is. So carefully, the emergence of Boko Haram, if you could pay attention to it, it started because there was no one single institution in the name of Islam that controls the activities of the scholars. So anyone that feels his interpretation can be applied, then he goes there, hey, and lose. And that's how it started. So in short, if we want to have peace, just like what was done with the Hajj Commission, Nigeria is a secular state, but it needs to control the activities of, I would say, Islamists, so that it does not affect the next person. So largely the whole question, all the pointers point back to good governance. Good governance, someone who is sound will understand what I'm just saying right now, that no Muslim should come out this whole, they should go through the proper authority, they should have censored content and interpretations just to protect the lives of others. It's really
so you're telling me if somebody's accused of blasphemy, you don't support that person being stoned or being lynched.
He cannot be. There is nothing like lynching in Islam. There is nothing like lynching in Islam. You go through a due process, a court, and then where it is decided and decide. That rule hardly applies to non-Muslims as it is, because to them it's not their prophet. So it's about somebody who is, this is my prophet. That's why you.
Also, yeah, I mean, so far it's been non-Muslims for the most part that have been bearing the brunt.
Yeah, and that's
so
the abuses.
When you go through the court, according to you, what is the punishment according to you for blasphemy?
Yeah, it depends on who is involved. One, if you're a Muslim in an Islamic state, it can decide to put any punishment because the punishment is not categorically stated. It can be put as a discretionary punishment.
How about a non-Muslim? How about a non-Muslim?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just like maybe it's a question of whether this is meant to incite or to hate speech.
So,
you can just equally pass through that.
The Sharia court decide, right?
Yes, that's the point.
Do you see the craziness of
so,
things?
Wait,
Why would
DG, you just said you can take a non-Muslim to Sharia.
Through a Sharia court, exactly.
That's
what we're saying here.
Hold on.
Yeah, can you be mature so that we understand each other? Mature so that we understand each other.
Don't say that.
Yeah, it's
like that.
Say what you said again, though. Can we take a Sharia court?
I think that
you can't take a non-Muslim to a Sharia court because it's not bound by its laws.
So basically, you are correcting what you just said.
What I said is there could be. I said under his speech, if a proper legal system without issues of political right and wrongs, and the issues of speech,
not the Sharia court, right?
But not under Sharia rulings, not under a Sharia court.
So that means. Hold on. That means if I insult the Prophet Muhammad, right, you would take me to a secular court and try me for hate speech. Yes.
Yes, that should be the logical thing to do. not
I
taking you
see.
to a Sharia court.
But
You are
we
causing incitement, disrespecting other people's faith. That's all.
to that. We have anything with this on our criminal code in the Federal Republic of
It's still
Nigeria.
it takes you back to the class of people who have been having power and we have been circulating them and recycling them. As simple as that. If I were there to be there, I would know that this is what should be done.
Why should anyone go to jail for blasphemy in 2025? Or be penalized for blasphemy? Why?
No, you don't understand what.
He's saying that when you blaspheme, you are inciting people.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
Right, that's under incitement, maybe hate speech. The people who go to prison.
Okay, what is blasphemy?
All of that.
What is blasphemy?
Okay, blasphemy.
Yes.
Blasphemy is simply an insult against a sacred person. An insult against a sacred person.
You see why we can't live in the same country?
No, you ask a question and then there you are.
We cannot live in the same country.
Every human being. No, I'm saying about human dignity. You deserve to be insulted. You as a person.
What if you insult my?
Okay for you to be insulted.
What if you insult my great grandfather? What if you insult my great grandfather?
Yeah, does your grandfather, if he has any right, that they feel anybody can protect him?
No, hold on. I worship my great grandfather. I worship my great grandfather. You're confusing me now. DG,
I
you just
down to my great grandfather every morning.
Yeah.
It depends on
my great grandfather.
You know what obtains in India? Why cows are killed in India? Ordinary cows. Yeah, do you know why cows are not killed in India? Do you know why?
We all know
That's
why.
life. You have to accept. Very good. So then why don't you accept
Can
this?
I provide like a short information to DG, please?
I cannot.
Can I provide like a short information like to DG?
No, Stanley, please hold on a second. I want to get to the bottom. I'll come back to you. I want to get to the bottom of this. DG, what country do you want to live in? A secular country or an Islamic republic?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. I as a matter of fact, I want to live. If it depends on where I find myself. If I'm working in Saudi, I know where I am. If I find myself in Saudi, I know where I am.
Federal Republic of Nigeria, brother.
That's where I am. So it's the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that's where I am. So what it is that Sharia cannot be applied to the Republic of Nigeria. It cannot be applied. Yeah. Now here is the problem.
So you guys impose Sharia, you impose Sharia on the very large part of your state without any plebiscite, without any election, nothing. You impose Sharia on the indigenous people of Gombe State.
Now, I think it's taking the same pattern of resolving all the other issues down to this point. Now, this your understanding of Sharia, I think, is largely flawed because the first Sharia that you are talking about in Gombe was the penal code which was brought by the British themselves. So what are you talking about? Which Sharia are you talking about? The Sharia that was brought about by the British during colonial period, the same thing they used in India and Sudan and Pakistan. That's what you have here replicated. Nothing added, nothing reduced.
The British brought Sharia into Gombe State, right?
Into all northern parts of the state. That's why they did indirect rule. It's one of the reasons because they found
so under the 1999 Constitution is what I'm referring to. As amended. Okay? We're not talking about some colonial rule law here.
Let me read section 10, right? The government of the federation or of a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion.
And then jump to section 275 that provides for the establishment of Sharia courts in the same Federal Republic. Like what are we talking about here? It's not colonial laws. The same, at the time of 1962, we had a plebiscite. Two actually in northern Cameroon, southern Cameroon. The northern Cameroon part, Sheu's people joined Adamawa State, right? Southern part joined. So Sheu, I think you're Cameroonian though, maybe.
Okay, Tudo, let me say this. I think you're reading two different parts of the section 10 is different, entirely different, because Sharia or Islam, hold on. Islam is not the state. It's not the state religion of Gombe, for example. The state. Let me use that since you said it's Sharia, and it's not the state religion.
So what religion is Sharia? What religion is Sharia?
Yes, this is where the large volume of the slight misunderstanding exists,
Oh
and which,
my
if with little
fucking God.
explanation, and people will get to it. No, I know it's not about. Don't feel that way. So it's about we always learn some things. Nobody is free and saying I'm done with learning. It's something it could be in your backyard, but if you don't know about
Sharia
it,
court,
You are not answering this
Chris, hold on a
question.
second. Sharia court is based on what jurisprudence?
Sharia code is based on penal code. Penal code. Do you know the penal code?
And it's not Islamic.
DG,
not
absolutely
Do you know the
not.
penal code?
DG, absolutely not. Sharia laws are Islamic jurisprudence.
It is Islamic jurisprudence. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
No, I'm not putting on.
No. This is the way we understand.
No, you don't understand. Sharia Islamic jurisprudence. Yes or no?
Please, let's talk now. We are here to educate ourselves. Please, it's not about
you are insulting my intelligence. And
no, please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Feel so.
Hold on. Let's simplify like this. DG, what's the difference between a Sharia state and a non-Sharia state?
Yeah, the simple difference between a Sharia state and a non-Sharia state is in terms of the presence or the use of Sharia legal system in the state. For example, Plateau State is not a Sharia state, largely if it does not adopt the penal code. Whereas a state that adopts the penal code, for example, there is nothing Sharia in Gombe, so to say that this is a Sharia state, apart from the penal code. Then the second dimension that people are trying to, let me make it clear to you, is that there are issues of personal law. For example, Muslims do not conduct church marriages or court marriages. So they are guided, they have their own rules of settling issues of personal family law and inheritance. That's all. What more? Tell me, please, what more do you have to say?
Okay, you are making mistake, DG, for sure, and I want to clear that because this is taking a different perspective. We have to be clear here. Sharia is based on Islamic jurisprudence. That's number one. Number two, any state in the Federal Republic of Nigeria that adopts Sharia is a violation of Nigeria Constitution. That's number two. Number three, a state like Gombe that have 40% Christian population should not, in whatsoever way, adopt Sharia law because you have Christian. Not only because you have Christian, but because it's a violation of the Federal Republic Constitution. And what is happening in northern Nigeria, it shouldn't happen, but it is happening because of the agenda to Islamize Nigeria. No state in Nigeria, Nigeria is a secular state. You talk about British bringing Sharia is wrong. When the British came to Nigeria, we all know that northern Nigeria was treated like an autonomous state, and then they know that because majority of the people there were Muslim, so they gave what we call dispensation under the law. They gave something called dispensation or provision or allowance for them to practice their culture and their religion in keeping with their law. That doesn't mean that, like the one constitution that they wrote during the federation recognizes Sharia. No, it's wrong. So what is happening in northern Nigeria, it shouldn't happen at all.
So Stanley, what he's suggesting is that whatever happened in post or pre-colonial, even post-colonial Nigeria, post-independence, or let's say before independence, before 1960, right? What he's suggesting is that the Sharia that already existed translates into the penal code of the region.
No, absolutely.
That's not what you mean.
Absolutely
not. I want him to answer. Stanley, hold on. No, that's not what you are saying. I want him to answer me. DG, did I capture what you were trying to say?
All right, very good. So please, there is one problem I think I should state clearly. Please, has anybody read the penal code? Does anyone know that in Gombe State you have two types of laws? There is criminal code and there is penal code. And there is also a customary code. There are also customary codes in Gombe State.
I hate it when you guys do this. You are so like you're so condescending. You're full of shit. Like, come on, man. We all understand, right? What the Nigerian Constitution is all about. We understand what it is based on. Stop lecturing us. Can you take off your teacher lecturer hat for a second?
No, I think teaching based on education. You're
actually trying to off. You are twisting facts. That's the thing here.
All right.
No, DG needs on education is a lack of knowledge. So there is some misinformation, and then it is our responsibility, you know, like everyone that comes from this space should learn something, right?
So Stanley,
DG is getting something based on.
what I'm saying to
Stanley,
what I'm saying to you, hold on a second. What I'm saying to you is that if you are making the argument that Sharia law has always pre-existed whatever current situation we have at the moment, and our laws, our current laws, are a combination of the penal code, which is a reflection of the customary laws, criminal code based on English criminal laws, and whatnot, right? What we're telling you is that the Sharia component and Sharia law, sorry, and so the Sharia component of our laws, right, which you are sort of conflicting with the penal code, is basically primarily based on Islamic jurisprudence. And I don't know how you want to argue out of that. Do you see my point, DG, before we continue?
I think I don't know how to go about this. I don't want to make people feel offended, like maybe what Stanley is trying to say. Me that I have a diploma in Sharia and civil law, I've gone through the studies.
Jesus Christ. And I have a PhD in criminal bullshit. All I'm trying to tell you is that answer the simple question I just asked you, brother. Answer the simple question.
Rephrase your question again. Sorry.
It's not even good.
No, sorry. I said sorry now. Tudo, why are you doing this to me?
And this guy has been telling me having a conversation. I'm done.
Yeah, no, hold on. You need to understand that personally myself, I'm happy that he came on here because I need to actually hear perspectives, right? So, but DG, there's a way you are sounding as though we that are talking don't know what we're talking about, but that's not right. If we don't know what we're talking about, we'll not be having this conversation. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I wanted you to sort of like outline for me the lack of differences, rather, not the differences, the lack of differences between a Sharia state and a non-Sharia state, right? And I'm asking this thing because it is when someone pronounces themselves a Sharia state and starts practicing Sharia criminal law that you can start setting up like, you know, Hizbah police that's going to go and smash up people's alcohol, blah, 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 right? So just show me how, you know, the Sharia criminal law that is being set up in Sharia states does not contravene the constitution. That's just what I'm looking for. You can go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. What is basic in all of these arguments is that the way the footing, like I think previous speakers have said, Nigeria started on this footing of combining different people, especially these two different religions. And like I said, Islam is one religion that begs its own compliance, and specifically because of these issues of these personal family laws. That's why you have the Sharia. But I don't think if you go to Kano or any of these so-called states that call themselves Sharia, the application of the Sharia is in the legal system, not anywhere. Not in terms of the governor shouldn't be this or the powers of the governor or any powers within the constitution. It's there intact. The only dimension is in terms of the legal system. You should understand this and nothing more. So, and what it is that every state will have the right to, you know, maybe set up or enact their certain laws. For example, in Enugu, what did Soludo do? I mean, what did he do? That the women should not walk around with what? Without bara because it's causing havoc maybe to the men there. So states have certain choices to make some of these their own local edits, local laws. That's why they have the state assembly. The state assembly is not directly, you know, like maybe when you have the federal assembly. So they legislate for their own specific region. They can create their own bylaws. They can even local government council can have theirs. So in essence, what I'm trying to say is this issue of Sharia is
DG, don't be offended. You know what you just said now, you sort of like sidestep my question. You know why? We've just agreed that Gombe has 40% Christians, right? And if you are going to pronounce a state a Sharia state, right? If you pronounce that state a Sharia state, it's slightly different from when a governor that was elected by everybody in the state makes a decree or, you know, sets up something with his House of Assembly. It's different, right? So what we are trying to show you, and I don't know if you've seen it and you're trying to sidestep it, is that by running Sharia criminal law and running the constitution, you are running two parallel laws, right? It's different from when you say Sharia only handle inheritance and marriage and this and that. It's very, very different when you now start expanding that Sharia to say you can also handle criminal offenses. It's almost as though you are saying that Islam is not compatible with democracy. and Islam is not compatible with Western not Western with like the civilized Nigerian civilization. So people who are practicing Islam, they should be on their own and have their own laws. Personally, I can understand that. Like, which is why we're saying maybe, like you said, we're incompatible people, right? And that's what
we're gonna move on. Let's go to that.
It appears like parallel laws to me anyway.
GG, you're not being honest in this conversation.
I know if you do this to me, you're not being fair to me.
No,
can you show me where? Okay, now let me ask you this question, please.
You're not being honest.
Can you show me where it is said that it's a Sharia state? Can you show me, please? Where anybody says officially
Gombe has not adopted Sharia.
Can you show me? Can you show me where it is said anywhere that Gombe is a Sharia state?
Did Gombe adopt Sharia laws?
It is not. It is not. It is not a Sharia state. Yes. We have
What are you talking about?
All these meanders not necessary.
No, that's what I'm saying.
There are 12 Sharia states in Nigeria.
According to
Gombe is not one of them.
According to who?
12 states.
No, according to who? Yeah, you guys should be specific. According to who? So that I will tell the next person that this is what
full of shit. Get out.
Hold on.
You want
what did you do to them now? Oh,
because
I don't know what makes a state a Sharia state.
Don't worry, wait, let me correct something.
According to Wikipedia, so go and check with Wikipedia. It's right.
There's something he said on this page that is it. Can you hear me too?
I can hear you.
Yeah, for the listeners, right? There is something he said on this page that is a blatant lie. He said cows are not killed in India. Am I the only person who heard that statement?
Yeah, I did too.
Okay, very good. I'm surprised you did not correct me.
No, you said, do you know why cows are not killed in India?
It's the same thing now. You know why cows are not killed in India? Wait. Kolade, he said, do you know why cows are not killed in India? It means cows are not killed in India.
We are on the same page, my brother. I quoted him.
I don't understand why it's so hard, Dr. O, for this guy.
I don't know. Hold on. So for the people in this space, and DG, if you are still listening, that statement is a blatant lie. You have Google. These days I tell people you have Google, you have your brain, you have a smartphone. If you ask Google, the largest producers of beef in the world, India sits at number 5. Number 5. United States,
no, it's in
Brazil.
You've not heard of Beyond Meat.
And secondly, right, if you ask Google if cows are killed in India, they will tell you it is controlled depending on the state, because we know some people worship cows in India. And that brings me to my Nigerian brothers and sisters who love their delusion and believe that delusion is the greatest of all the delusions. People worship cow. The beef you eat in Nigeria that they are killing you for, that the killer Fulani herdsmen are slaughtering you for, people worship that animal in other countries, and these people are progressing and living their lives, the best life. So when you sit in that your small village Nigeria you have not stepped out of, and you think your religion is the be it all and do it all, you are just wasting your time. And that brings me to the next statement today. You know, on this space, right, we have come to realize that our moderate Muslim brothers and sisters are actually not moderate. I call them latent terrorists. If you are a physicist, if you are a scientist, you know what it means to have a latent energy. You know what it means to have latent energy. I call them latent terrorists because we have seen severally in many spaces that when you ask them a pointed question, why have you not spoken against the killing in Nigeria? They will not respond with a same answer. They will come and tell you, but Muslims are being killed. But this one is also happening. but Christians are also killing Muslims. And when you ask them for evidence, they have none to provide. Not for the Muslims are not being killed, but for saying Christians are killing Muslims. They have nothing to show for that. But yes, Muslims are being killed. Muslims are being killed in Nigeria, yes. By who to do? You gave that analysis to Engineer Khalid. His name is what? Engineer Khalid, which means he went to university, spent 5 years to study engineering, which means he knows a lot of mathematics, which requires critical
And he
thinking.
understands latent heat of vaporization.
Oh my God, my brother. Once you bring that religion into the conversation,
without changing temperature.
Dr. O, he took
I tell you,
took
brother.
calculus.
I'm telling you,
Bro,
first order, second order,
I
third order,
was scared of calculus. For you to become an engineer in Nigeria, you must have
The guy
taken
took
calculus.
calculus classes.
I think calculus, man.
Honestly speaking, I have higher order differentials, Laplace transforms, all these things.
Differential equations, linear algebra,
regression through
Laplace transforms.
Before I drop the mic and allow you to take the cue, right? I'm sorry for the guys who I jumped the queue. Like I said earlier, the major problem in Nigeria, and I think DG made a statement to that regard. Some part of his submission were fantastic. The part where he said there are so many ignorant Muslims in northern Nigeria. That is the truth. That is fact. And he said something else, that the Quran has some verses that will make you, if you are ignorant or if you want to follow the book to the letter, it will make you a terrorist. That's what I deduced from one of the statements he made, which is also a fact. But again, he lost it all by allowing that religious bias to shadow his fantastic submission. So the solution to our problem as Nigerians is to get this illiteracy and ignorance out of our system. But it is very difficult. It is very difficult because on the one side of the aisle, you have those who are willing to follow the Quran to the letter and become terrorists, and on the other side of the aisle, you have those who have been brainwashed with New Testament to remain docile, and that is where we are.
I think where I lost it is where you said Gombe is not a Sharia state. The governor, 2001, signed it into law. He signed this shit into law. And you think we're stupid? You know, DG is a very weird guy. Dr. O, do you remember DG in our religious space?
I remember him.
Are you sure you do?
I remember. I think he's the one that said wait, let me think. He's the one that said he will beat his wife or give his daughter.
He's the one that said if they are beating this, if his son-in-law, if his daughter's husband is beating her, that it's okay according to the Quran.
What's going on?
I remember.
Yeah, I asked him. He said it's okay according to the Quran.
That's the literal definition of domestic violence in Constitution.
No, it doesn't exist in Islamic jurisprudence.
So that's the parallel law, no?
No,
guys, what does happen?
It's still not, because there's a humane part of it. So it's supposed to smack you with chewing stick or toothbrush or a lefu or not.
No, punch you. Now, right?
Just punch you in the face.
No, hold on. Did you just say that there's a law that sanctions domestic violence? That's what we're saying.
Look, you can interpret whatever you want. It was a conversation we were having on that space, and I quoted Quran 434. It was a purely religious space. We do our religious spaces on Sundays, and and we're debating. So the point we're making on that space is many of these ancient, and this is relevant to this conversation. Many of these ancient texts, we need to understand the cultural context that they were written in, and know that many of them are not even apply anymore in our contemporary society, because we have advanced as a society, as a world, globally. But we have the likes of DG who are still.
Quran is the eternal word of Allah.
Quran is the eternal word of Allah. Strictly to the text. He said it here, right? So I put it that portion of the book of the Quran. Quran chapter 4 verse 34 says, men are the caretakers of women. I mean, again, this is where we're digressing, but we'll come back, guys. Just stay with me. We'll come back to the topic of the space. Men are caretakers of the women as dictated by Allah. So, if for those women that are found disobedient, He gave 3 prescriptions. He said, number 1, to admonish them. Number 2, to avoid their bed, so deny them of conjugal rights, sex. And number 3, smack them or strike them. You know, that's
No,
what it
hold on.
says.
Make I look this one up. I don't believe
Oh,
it.
it's right there, brother. So
Yeah,
I asked this guy, and I've had different Muslims come on to kind of dance with the verse. The majority of them will be like, no, nobody's gonna beat me. In fact, I think what's his name? His Majesty, the Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, I said that you can't beat it. I think he said made that comment some time ago. You know, that no man can ever lay hands on his daughters. So there are Muslims who do, even though that text is there, they have found ways around it to say, no, this is not acceptable. Now, they're not saying it's not the word of God, but this is not acceptable. But there are people like DG who came on the space to say, yes, if somebody beats his daughter, according to the words of Allah, it's okay. And I lost it that day. I lost it with Jesus the same way I lost it with him today. Because I'm like, in a world where we are promoting, advocating against gender-based violence and spousal abuse and all these other things, you are here trying to support that based on some word that was written, you know, in the middle of nowhere, without due respect, you know, to those who still follow the law. I'm just saying this, whatever religion you subscribe to, you have to understand the cultural context of when those things were written. And so even when you continue to practice that religion, in contemporary time, you have to see that some of these things don't apply anymore in our world. You cannot be openly advocating for a man to be beating his wife. That is ridiculous to me. And I dropped his ass from his face that day. Anyways, let's go to the hands now.
Let's edit that portion. It's actually there. But please, guys,
guy, I mean, we just call her now. I don't read many.
Hold on, we probably might still have moderate Muslims. Maybe Shehu is one, maybe not each. Shehu, if you can hear me.
No, Chris, let's not digress. That will take us away. That will take us away from the topic of this.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. If Shehu wants to engage us on that level, Shehu should come on Sunday. We do have this on Sunday. But you know, Shehu is a politician by nature. He will find a way around that. I'm very sure.
Shehu say something like, so when I read the Quran, I use my reading glasses and I don't do something.
Why don't you have the religious space on Sunday?
Oh no, I had some my work schedule and then I had some family engagements afterwards. You know, so it was the end of the year.
You know, why you denying now? You that went to MPSS. And one of those things you get. I saw your picture.
You can't even say it right.
Leave for Speed Force and New York Police Department, guys. I don't know, man.
Let's go to my guys. My apologies to all who have been waiting for so long. Other guys in the speaker section, feel free to chime in. But we're just going to go through the hands right now. So we're going to start with Stanley. A quick one from you. After you, Ugochukwu, King Maurice, Justice, Ramsey, I think, or Ramsey before Justice, something like that. So, and then we'll just keep the conversation going. Thank you for your patience, guys. All right, Stanley, quick one from you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I will just start from what he was saying, and just to conclude. The word terrorism is enough. They want a society where there is no tolerance. Women are treated like slaves, and the minority are given a startling choice: you either convert to Islam or you die. But we need to distinguish between the herdsmen and the terrorists, because some of the Fulanis are nomadic people. They don't want land; they just want to graze. The other people want to use their religion to impose it on the rest of Nigeria, and then he's saying that Sharia law is not in Nigeria. No, it's there. It's in Gombe. In fact, Gombe is one of the states that will implement Sharia in both criminal and our civil matter, which is a gross violation of the Constitution. That's a gross violation. No state in Nigeria should adopt Sharia in criminal matter. It is clearly written. In fact, 1998 Constitution prohibits that. So those that are using that to stone people in the north and all of these organizations is all wrong. And he said something about most of the Muslims not being regulated, and I agree with him. The whole north in Nigeria is uncomfortable because there are too many religious, Islamic religious set pushing hate messages in the mosque, in everywhere, some of them with their own interpretation of the Quran. And the federal government is doing nothing about it because most of Nigerian leaders are Muslim anyways. In the military, they are there. How come the powerful Nigerian army cannot kick off Boko Haram? This is the Nigerian army that brought peace to Liberia. This is the Nigerian army that brought peace to Sierra Leone. How come they cannot kick out Boko Haram? How come Luke Raras is collecting taxes? How come you have all of these groups and that the Nigerian army cannot contain them? And I think I know the answer. I know the answer because people have seen them selling arms and ammunition to these people. People have seen the Nigerian army conspiring against their own state because they are all in sympathy with their Islamic brother doing that anyways. Today we have Nnamdi Kanu. Nigeria was able to adequately arrest Nnamdi Kanu, put all of the resources. This is why I posted on the Twitter, and I want you guys to see it. They were able to invest in the arrest and the prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu. Why can't they do it to the terrorists in the north? Instead, they are negotiating with them. In fact, the Nigerian army recruitment, Amnesty International, other people are saying Nigeria has incorporated more of the war terrorists from the north in the army in the means of reconciliation. Why can't they put APOP in the army too? So thank you very much. These are questions that Nigerians need to ask themselves and see in what direction you want to take your country. But if you ask my opinion, and I don't mean it in a negative way, it is about time, for Nigeria to separate in a peaceful way so that you can have the Islamic north where they can practice their Sharia law and amputate themselves. It will be okay for them. And then, like the rest of the guys who don't want that, they remain on the other side. That's just my opinion. And thank you very much.
All right, Stanley, thank you. The problem with that is that we try to explain the North itself is not a monolith, right? So there are large Christian communities in the North, Northeast, Northwest. So we can't really paint the North with a general brush like that because all we are advocating for, I am advocating for, many of the cases that have been making the proposals, is to say that even if you want to keep the extant laws as they are, you want to maintain the construction that you have to have other kinds of laws that protect the rights of those indigenous people in those Sharia states. Christians, right? You have to protect them. Many of them up to 40, 50, 60% in some cases. You have to protect those people, right? So you cannot just say, oh, our state is a Sharia state. How about the Christians in that state? And by the way, for these diseases, disingenuous. Wow, that rhymes, right? It tracks. Because this guy was disingenuous on this space because we are telling you that when you adopt Sharia is contingent on Islamic jurisprudence, right? So that alone drives fear in the heart of non-Muslim state. Now, if you now come and say it doesn't apply to non-Muslims, it does. Because every time we've seen this thing play out, we've seen non-Muslims bearing the brunt of it. Okay, we've seen it play out every time. So, and then most recently with that gentleman, where some people showed up from the Sharia court to go harass him and lock up his shop, right? So all of a sudden we are going from, it's only for family disputes, it's only for domestic disputes. Now we're entering, and it's only for Muslims. It doesn't apply to no. But now these guys are moving, and they are moving. Before you know it, they're already overreaching. And you will think.
I have a quick question for you, please. So, just to conclude, right? Yeah. I want you to observe Yugoslavia because you are talking about Christian being in the north, and that there was separation of Nigeria. Yes, Christian in the south now. Now, when Yugoslavia was separating, there were good Serb population in Croatia. There were good Bosnian population Serbia, Montenegro, and when India was being partitioned, I want you guys to watch telling history carefully. When India was being partitioned, India and Pakistan. It was one of the most painful separation and the most painful migration history, in which Muslims that were living in India went to Pakistan, and Hindus that were living in Pakistan came back to India. It was one of the most mass migration. Now, in the case of Nigeria, we're talking about our religion that has zero tolerance, and there is absolutely no provision about them making any laws to protect minority in their midst. And they will never do that because, like the Quran has stated clearly, it is their ambition to conquer the world and to impose their religion, and nothing can make them to change that. And the killing is only going to go on. So my question to you is that, are you going to force them to work? To create laws, and then if they do not want to do it, what are you going to do? Will you sit and allow Nigeria to crumble in a violent way, or you want it to crumble in a more peaceful way in which everyone can go by their business? Because they're not going to listen to you anyways. They're not going to do that. They are resolved. Yes. So, so what would you do?
So that's a fair question. And look, I'm not. It's for those who control our country to think about. I am not. I'm just one man, and that's what you got into one man, by the way. But we're just here talking on spaces, and I'm just saying that it's common sense. We all know what to do. We all know, and we don't want to go the way of Yugoslavia. It's funny you should reference to Yugoslavia. They had their plebiscite and they had their war. It was brutal, and we don't want to go that way, where we're split into 6, 7, how many countries, right? Even if we have to structurally, it doesn't have to be bloody. But you can't continue to oppress a people. We have had several Christians who have come from the northern part of Nigeria, northeast, northwest, on this space, who have shared their personal experiences with us. And that cannot continue forever. It's probably to war, and nobody is calling for war. We don't want war. We don't want bloodshed. But we must do the needful. We must do what is commonsensical to provide for everyone's interest, right? So if you want to adopt Sharia, first of all, I'm asking myself, before that governor signed that bill into law in 2001, like every other state that have adopted it, what was the conversation like? Was there a plebiscite that was conducted? Did you go around? Was it done in recognition of the other large Christian communities in your state? Did you do that? Whether you are Kaduna, whether you are Gombe, whether you are Adamawa even, right? So these conversations are never had. And it just shows that these other communities are disrespected. They're not even considered as anything. And we're saying we can't continue to live like that. Well, it's not for me, it's for those our policymakers. That question is for them, if they are listening by any chance. All right. Shehu, you are meeting. Do you want to say something before we move the mic?
Yeah. I was going to say that those are very strong words, Stanley. And I think when you say, that, some people want to just, take over this country and it's not going to stop until it's divided or something like that. I'm not one of those people, right? I mean, let's be clear here, right? There are a lot of people who are not like that, who don't have that agenda. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, there are serious issues in the country, which, a lot of people have spoken about, but it's not as what you have just described. It's certainly not that. And to be honest with you, the reason why I've kept quiet, I've heard some things, of course, that doesn't sound pleasant to me, but I just kept quiet because, first of all, I don't know much about the whole Sharia thing in Nigeria. I wasn't too enthusiastic about Sharia bringing religion into the system in Nigeria because it's going to be abused, right? It's not going to be a just kind of thing. So for me, and then of course, as Truda has been saying, you have a huge Christian population everywhere. In my state, in Adamawa, for example, you know what I'm saying? You have a huge Christian population, and we live, side by side, peacefully. We don't have any issues there, and we have families that are both Muslim, Christian. Even in my family. So for me, some of these discussions, yes, I know where the anger is coming from. I know where the pain is coming from. But I don't subscribe to that ideology that you're saying that people want to Islamize the whole country and they're not going to stop. It's going to go at all costs. No. There are politicians who have a political agenda. And even if you saw in the interviews, you saw what they said about the governor in Kano, why he actually even introduced the Sharia. It was simply because of a political thing. And a lot of them did that based on politics.
And if these political leaders are actually going to even implement Sharia to the how do you say, to the letter, and they're going to talk about stealing, then all of those leaders will have their hands cut off. So they're not going to, believe me, they're not going to, So as I said, I didn't want to talk much because I don't know much about it in Nigeria, and it's something that it will be politicized. And so for me, and by the way, before you can implement Sharia, even Islamically, before you implement any Sharia, and I'm not aware of any country that 100% implement Sharia around the world, you cannot implement Sharia in a population that has no knowledge about the religion or has very little knowledge about the religion. It's not possible. You cannot implement Sharia in a population that are poor, are starving, and they don't have, economic independence. This is not allowed. It's not possible. So all this talk about even Sharia and all these things, there's so many problems with even the one that they have even implemented. There's so many problems there already. Talk less about people coming out and saying they want to even implement full Sharia and so on and so forth. And even if you look at it, there's a lot of hypocrisy in the system. So for me, I would rather not, have something that will be politicized and that will be, hypocritical, and stick to something that will be fair and just to everyone. That is my own position. And so yes, I do not think we're going to divide this. There's need to divide this country. I do think people who believe in a united and prosperous country, people who have spilled blood for this country, people who have friendships, have families, have businesses, and have this loyalty to the country. And look, let's be honest. Everyone is on here. Many people are out of the country right now who are on space. And every day you're talking about Nigeria, just how much you love your country and how much you want your country to prosper. So nobody wants to go through a painful, situation whereby you're going to split the country. But I understand where the first people have a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues going on. People are getting killed. So yes, it's right to talk about it. But I think at the end of the day, the forces that want us to really unite and work together and emerge, in a united country, I think are much more than those forces that are trying to destabilize us.
All right. Thank you, Shehu. Let's move on. Huh?
Okay. I wanted.
No. Let's go to the hand. We've been waiting a long time.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
So let me say something.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sure maybe you know this case. There is this Aminu Yahya Sharif. Do you know his case?
Aminu Yahya Sharif.
Yes.
No, I'm not aware of it.
He's currently sentenced to death for allegedly blaspheming the prophet.
I think I've heard of it.
The case is currently at the Supreme Court, and the latest update was on September 25th, 2025, where the Supreme Court allowed his counsel to appeal. Now, every day I think and I ask myself, why should somebody be even charged for anything for blasphemy, or saying something against a God that can ideally fight for himself? Can Allah not fight for himself? Can Prophet Muhammad not fight for himself? Why should we have such a barbaric law in our country in 2025, a secular state, a secular country, Nigeria, that somebody has to be sentenced to death? If you are not lynched, if you are not burnt, they take you to court and they sentence you to death for saying what? Actually saying what? I don't understand. The guy from Kano, the singer from Kano,
and on WhatsApp,
and that was it. Yeah, that was it. He's fighting for his life. I do not understand the mentality behind this whole religion. These Nigerians, we have to find a way out of this mess, because it is so annoying that in 2025. And when you ask so-called moderate Muslims, they dance around this conversation because deep down their heart, they support it. And it's really sad.
You know, Dr. O, the crazy thing about religion is that you can be a Christian on Monday and be a Muslim on Tuesday, and be a Christian on Wednesday. I mean, it's like it's mad. It's just it's mad. So I was a Christian when I sang the song, right? Now I'm now a Muslim. Now when you're about to try me Sharia, and then when I enter the court, I become a Christian and come outside. It doesn't make any
Why
sense.
are you telling me now? Are you a terrorist?
Really?
Hold
That-
on.
that's a meeting. I don't-
Turaki, are you a terrorist?
No, don't worry.
No, man. Tido, I'm not a
Are you a
terrorist.
terrorist
I'm not a
sympathizer?
terrorist.
Are you a
I'm
terrorist
not a
sympathizer,
terrorist.
Turaki?
Nah, I remember this terrorist who
Nah,
came on
Turaki,
my team.
I'm not a
Why are you
terrorist.
letting
No.
him answer the question?
I remember him.
What's the question? What's the
Are
question?
you
Go
a
on.
terrorist?
I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a
Are
terrorist.
you a terrorist sympathizer?
I'm not a terrorist sympathizer. I despise all acts of terrorism.
Should somebody, are you a Muslim?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim. You
Should
know, of
somebody
course,
be
I'm a
stoned
Muslim.
to death
100%.
for blasphemy?
Okay, now here's the problem. You know,
Oh my God.
here's the problem.
Come on,
Here's the
now,
problem. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to
Okay,
you.
hold on.
Calm down.
Turaki, is someone allowed to be a Muslim on Monday and a Christian on Tuesday?
Calm down. Let me explain to you. Here's the problem.
Let me finish. Let me finish my statement before we go to Turaki.
Yeah,
Turaki,
Turaki,
please hold
calm
on.
down. You wait
Turaki,
your turn. Turaki,
Turaki,
calm
hold
down.
on,
You wait
hold
your
on,
Turaki,
hold on,
calm
hold
down.
on,
Calm down. You
hold
wait
on,
your
hold
turn.
on,
Wait your
Are
turn.
you,
Hold on,
are you bad,
hold on.
my lord?
Here's the
Wait,
problem.
wait.
Tido, here's the problem.
Turaki, hold on.
Turaki, mute your mind. You just came up, bro.
Belele, you see this statement you just made, right? That you can be a Muslim on Monday and a Christian on Tuesday. When you see me talk about religion, that was my life. Belele, I was born into a split family of Muslim and Christian. Father Muslim, mother Christian. So at the early stage of my life, I was a Muslim. And when I was that Muslim, right? Christians were infidels in my eyes. I was reading the Quran. Christians were infidels in my eyes. Yes. Even though my grandmom raised me, she's a Christian, her own family is are Christians. Even though she raised me and had nothing against me, Christians were infidels. But in that my brain, right, as a child, I did not rationalize what was going on in my head. Fast forward, later in my life, I became a Christian. And now, my father's side became the infidels, the unbelievers. So who I was
sinners who are going to hellfire. The sinners who are going to hellfire.
Exactly. So when I was deconverting, right, actually one of the triggers that just made me say enough of this nonsense is that I sat down one day and I was thinking, hold on. So it means when you were young as a child and you were learning the Quran and a practicing Muslim, you saw your own grandmother as an infidel. You saw your mom as an infidel. You saw your grandfather and your uncle from your mother's side as infidels. And now you have switched and you are following your mom to church. You are now a Christian. Your father and others are Christians, are infidels. So remember that story I told you that when my father heard that I became a Christian, he was disappointed. So one day he called me and sat me down and he said, "Oh, I heard you are not going to church." I said to him, "Yes, I have seen the light."
I remember that story. And what did he say? He just looked at you and shook his head.
He
my
looked,
son.
this man looked at me. Yes, this man looked at me, shook his head and said, "One day you will understand."
Did you take a picture at that moment? That would have been two blind men, right? That would have been two blind men. Two blind men talking about the light. Because what the fuck was that about?
I think what the man is saying is that me, I'm comfortable in my own delusion, but for you to think you're seeing one light.
So I was growing up, right? Whenever I hear that statement in my head, one day you will understand that my father said, he did not beat me. My father is not a violent person. He did not beat me. He did not beat me. He just looked at me and said, "Okay, no problem. One day you will understand." So when I deconverted, right, I think that one day you will understand, my father said to me, is what is working in my life. that I checked out of both, because now I understand very well that it's all conflict and division. And it is totally wrong, because I just want to see you as a human being. That's all. Nothing else.
Right. Nice one. Ugochukwu drop. Die, we chase this guy away. He waited forever. Ugochukwu, if you can hear me, come back. Come back. We'd like to have you. So let's go straight to I think it was Ramsey. Okay, Justice also dropped. So let's just go with Ramsey and then we'll take a new queue. Ramsey, are you there?
Yes.
All right, take it away.
Okay. First of all, let me address the issue of ranching. So you see a lot of people having cattle. For instance, you see someone with 50 cattle, 100 cattle. I've heard someone say that he has about 5,000 cattle. He's never thought of one day of selling a few cattle to buy land, and then stationing his cattle in that land, and then maybe growing hares that he could feed the cattle, and some that he could and other product that he could feed the cattle, and then maybe get the milk, process it, or however he wants to do it. Why do you think that your 100 cattle, your 50 cattle should come to people's land that you should roam about in this age? So you move around. This is not like 1820. So this is not 1820 that you should roam around with cattle. There's a lot of development. There's a lot of paved roads. People are expanding. People are building. People are doing a lot of things. And people are buying lands to build houses, to establish businesses, to farm. Even people are going places from the south. People are going to the north to buy land, to farm. But when they do that, I have a friend who actually did that in Nasarawa, from Cross State. He bought a huge land in Nasarawa to farm. He spent millions of naira. Before harvest, they brought the cow to come and destroy the crops. So, and you have these people who have history of being violent. They go to a place, they say, stay here. Before 10 people that you give a place to stay, they become 200,000. And then they start killing the people who gave them the place to settle. You don't want that kind of people, to have a land in your place. And not that you have to not allow them to do business. If anyone is willing to sell, that's fine. But you cannot say government is a government's duty to come and give them land. No, it's not. Government had loan for agriculture that they were giving to people. They should have loan for them. They could take loans if they don't want to sell their cattle to buy land. Let them take loans. They're doing business. So it's a business venture. Not that it's not this oil from the Niger Delta that is feeding everyone for free. Even after they took the land from the people and then they handed over to people. No, you cannot take again. You already took the land of the people with resources and that handed over to people. Other people and say, this is oil well, take it. But that oil and land belong to people. You cannot take again the land and say, yeah, feed your cattle. No. The first thing, they should be punished for trespassing, for committing atrocities, including murdering people. You don't reward people who are committing crimes by giving them land. And this is part of the agenda, that they want to plant their people in every state so that they will now take over. And before you know, there will be Emir of Calabar. And that Emir of Calabar is not a Calabar person. It's going to be a Fulani. Emir of Owerri. Emir of this. The way they did, to the Hausa people in all the northwest. Emir. Yes, they want to create.
Emir of Akwa Ibom. I want Emir of Akwa Ibom.
20 years, they will say they are indigenous to the place.
Yeah, and then they start killing people and say, no, we have been here, so we deserve to be here and kill you and take over. No, you do not. No one should accept that. Go, you have a vast land in where you already took the land from the Hausa people. So stay there. Stay there. You're not coming to come and take take things from people. Don't be see. We see.
Man, Ramsey, you're an unkind person. It's like enjoy the proceeds of your first jihad. Don't start another one. This guy.
Yes. So the thing is, that's why history is good. You use history to plan. If someone from Tudor's family have a history of killing people from my family, no, I'm not going to let the next generation come close to me. So they have a history of going places, exterminating people and dominating and taking over. And and then they sprinkle religion when they can, and when they but on top of it is more of Fulanization plus Islamization. But even in that Islam, they will not even let someone who is not a Fulani be an emir. They will not. So it's not really, it's a combination, but the one that tops the chart is the Fulanization. So if you think that you're going to allow that, no, you're going to die. Maybe you will die, but without that. But your grandchildren will experience it. Go to Jos, see what is happening today. Well, so and then coming back to splitting Nigeria, I think Nigeria should split. I used to like that Nigeria is a big country, one country that is big in this, but for people to stay alive, I think we need to split that country. Maybe Southwest should be a country. You cast all the Yoruba people from Kogi State to Ekiti State to Kwara State, make them one country, and then you go and take the Igbira people and the other people, Idoma, Southern Kaduna, and Southern Gombe State, Adamawa State, and Southern Borno State, and then make them one country. And then South will be a different country.
Ramsey, you are going to create a lot of bigger Nigerian problems. But
no, that's good because, and then leave the
there is no level that you are going to integrate Nigeria to that there won't be any issues. You're only going to be creating micro Nigeria problems. I tell you the fact. If you join Edo and Delta together, I tell you, people from my own extraction would want to have their own country.
No, it's not. Edo and Delta will be part of South, Niger Delta Republic.
Who told you I want to be part of it?
Okay, no, we are big.
Who told you I want to be part of it?
We are 5 million, so we can be a country.
No, I don't want to be a country.
No, Akwa Ibom is 5 million, so we can be a country by ourselves.
No.
Me, I want to be from Akwa Ibom. I want to be from Akwa Ibom.
Now, do we want to go with Akwa Ibom?
Which can I go with Akwa Ibom? Everybody
I don't mind going with Akwa Ibom.
Me, I want to be with Akwa Ibom.
Because we don't even have any
Hold on, Ramsey.
They don't wipe us out finish.
Give me a second. So I think the whole integrate Nigeria is lazy because we are.
Thank you, Chris, for making that point.
We are in the 21st or 20th.
Yes, why is it Ramsey show now?
I want 10 more seconds.
The thing about Chris,
The oppression that you're arguing
doesn't last long. That's what I'm saying.
You say Chris it doesn't last long yet. Again, most bitches, Chris doesn't last long. Carry on.
So there is abundant data all around you to make Nigeria like one of the protest nations. So saying we should disintegrate because of one person, and I don't mean this to be condescending. For those like Shehu, or to have more people like Shehu, I want to believe that Shehu is, progressive Islam. Maybe you should lend your voice more to see that.
Shehu is writing a policy that will have government take land from state and local government and give to people, certain people. No, I'm not going to allow that kind of policy. That's not a policy. That is that is a communist policy.
Wait, where did you get that from?
I wanted to say that.
No, that was not Shehu. That was DG. Shehu did not say that. That was DG. Shehu just
Okay, my bad.
The issue of grazing, for instance, if you check the system that they operate in Netherlands, you will ask yourself the same question that today I'm saying, why are we not doing it? It's so simple that the 10 billion naira that Tinubu allocated to the solarization of Aston Villa would conveniently build a belt.
No, the 90 billion,
So you don't need
90 billion he gave for
Hold on, Ramsey.
for Saudi
Basically,
Arabia pilgrimage. Yeah.
Exactly. Basically, what I'm saying is that you don't need implementation, you need smart and data only. You can just go to Netherlands, collect enough data, see what they have done, come back and do it, and you will solve problems of multiple layers.
Mind you, Chris, Netherlands is as big as Niger State.
It is not as big as Niger State. So
Ramsey, you see the issue we have in this country, in our country, Nigeria. Netherlands is not as big as Niger State. They are one of the largest beef producers in the world, which means we can have like 3 or 4 Netherlands in Nigeria. They don't even need to come to the south. They will just stay in their north and we have peace. Everybody will live happily ever after. But because there is an agenda, again, I know you don't agree, there is an agenda. There's an agenda that you are from this tribe. You are from this tribe. It is not your fault that you are from the tribe. But I'm happy you are different or you are progressive. There's an agenda that Nigeria belongs to your tribe. And Nigeria should be Islamized. We cannot shy away from that part because there is no farmers header clash. When 200 million people are slaughtered in Yalewata in their sleep, it is not one farmer versus a cattle rearer. No, 200 people slaughtered in their sleep, including babies and pregnant women. That is not farmers header clash. That is not a fight because of grazing routes. It is because there is an agenda.
Whose responsibility?
And that agenda.
Whose responsibility is it to protect the people?
Sorry, I think
I agree. Ramsey, no vex. I agree that it is the responsibility of the government. You and I agree on that fact.
You can use my time. I'm going to be driving. Yeah.
Okay, Ramsey, sorry. Go ahead. I'll come back to you.
No, that's fine. I don't want you to forget what you want to say. Go ahead. I'm about actually driving. When I get home, I will.
Okay. Thank you. So, Shehu, you and I agree that the Nigerian government has failed, at least for the past 10 years and counting. The government
No, Dr. O, you're about to do something that is dangerous here. Dr. O, the Nigerian government has failed, but if criminals are not from this tribe, they get persecuted. But if criminals are from this tribe, they don't get persecuted. So where are we? Where are we now? Where are we?
Hold on. I was coming to that, but I wanted to establish something that the reason why it seems this agenda we are talking about and the protection of life and property is not enforced is because when a certain group of people, like Eleni said, carry out acts of genocide and terrorism, those people are giving, according to Shehu Sani, they are giving what? Deodorants.
OPC was dismantled in the 2000s.
Allow me to speak, please. They are giving deodorants. They are giving Nivea deodorant to smell good. Just like we have rehabilitated Boko Haram today, rehabilitated bandits who are now brought back and absorbed into our society and into our army and police. But when criminals from another group do less, far less than what these people are doing, what do we have? We have life sentences for some of them. We have kill them up for some of them. We have Operation Crocodile Tears for some of them. So the Nigerian government
were integrated. Niger Delta.
Oh, allow me to speak now. Allow me to speak. The Niger Delta were not going around killing humans. They were rather bombing. They were going for state resources. Why don't these terrorists go for state resources? Why kill innocent Nigerians? If you want to make that argument, why kill innocent Nigerians, Turaki?
But how can you say that? How can you say that, Dr. O?
So human beings are state resources, right?
The
killings in the middle of it
why is insecurity happening in the first place if not for these resources? Why? Reason now, Dr. O.
What resources are you talking about? What resources that you go to people's village and kill 200 in one night? What resources are you going for there? Can you explain to me?
Didn't you see that?
Please, Turaki, what resources? Yeah, please expand on that one because I'm trying to understand where you rename a village and occupy that village. What resources, please? Yeah, go ahead.
Major Al-Mustafa talked about uranium in Sambisa forest, and that is what they are doing. Insecurity is just the tie-up, it's the proxy.
Hold on.
The water is
the
Sambisa forest, right?
Yeah.
The water is in Sambisa forest.
Over 60 communities remained in plateau and reoccupied. So please expand on that.
They are all in the Sambisa forest. Turaki, we are listening to you.
I'm sorry for the thing. We're talking about. Do you see the world is moving from we're moving from we're entering what do you call it? We're entering a new world entirely, where we're focusing on energy. And in Plateau State has been having this issue for far long, Dr. O, and we know it. You know it. Plateau State has been having this issue, and it's always religion, always religion. Do you know that there are emeralds, there are stones like sapphire, emeralds in zinc, iron ore in Plateau State? Those places, they are using religion as proxy just to move these things out illegally. But I don't know why you try to bring emotions into these topics. Don't bring emotions.
Turaki, hold on. Let's establish what you just said. Turaki, you just said that people are using religion to kill people so that they can mine what do you call it?
Emeralds, zinc, and all that nonsense.
Yeah, we will validate it very quickly.
People funding terrorism are the ones using religion. Some of them are politicians funding this terrorism to move out resources illegally. We all know this. This is not a new thing. We all know.
Anyway, I don't have it in me to engage anymore, man.
Rocky, the killing of Nigerians, right, in the Middle Belt is not because of any minerals.
Why?
It is not because of
then
any
why
minerals.
has the government not asked? Tell me why.
Yeah, why is the what?
I just made a statement earlier. Turaki, hold on. I just made a statement earlier. But the Nigerian government favors a certain group of people. Because
I told you the Nigerian militants were reintegrated. OPC in Yoruba land were dismantled. Boko Haram was dismantled in Maiduguri State.
Which Boko Haram dismantled in Maiduguri? Tell me that Boko Haram are having a free day, a field day. Is that the?
Let me evaluate.
I don't want to have this. No, Ramsey said he's driving.
Guy. They can't answer a simple question whether it's okay to stone somebody to death for blasphemy.
No. You are not supposed, and that's why I came on this space to do. I came here to debunk Dr. O. But you know what I'm going to say right now.
Go ahead, debunk me. What did I say that you are debunking?
Dr. O, you know, like you said in the past, we've had back and forth with you, and the day I stopped taking you serious was the day you told me that science will create a human being. That's the day I stopped taking you serious. You know,
science will create a human being.
Yes.
When did I say that? Anyway, continue. Debunk me. Go ahead, debunk me.
It was about your submission on India. You know, and if you check the to India, if you check the blasphemy laws, you guys are against. Firstly, what I would like to say is, nobody should counter me on this point. I want to make a straight point, then you can counter me. I would like to talk about prevention. You know, we all say prevention is better than cure. There are rules. You know, there are laws that if you steal, you are going to be jailed or prosecuted. If you do this, you're going to do that. If you do this, so if you prevent blasphemy and give religious tolerance, nothing will happen to anybody.
Turaki, you're full of shit. You think we're stupid?
Yeah, Turaki, you're inciting people on this page, man. Turaki, you're actually inciting people on this page by calling them
Who do you think we
are? It's almost like somebody saying, if you don't steal, you will not go to jail. Like, come on, Turaki, nobody, come on.
If I chop off your hand,
my second point.
If I chop off your hand for stealing the goat, don't blame me. Why did you steal the goat in the first place?
What kind of statement is that now?
Why did you blaspheme in the first place? That's my point.
Are you serious? This guy is serious.
And wait.
What is going on, guys? Come on now.
Do you see the people we are sharing the country with?
No.
I put it on you, Shehu, do you see your people?
No. This is serious, man. This is very serious.
We are about to build a new Nigeria with.
So if somebody commits petty theft
and I sentence them to death, my response is, why did you commit petty theft in the first place? Come on now, Turaki, please now. Well, that's exactly what you just said. That's exactly what you just said.
You're a religious bigot, you're a terrorist.
Prevention is better than
I don't
cure.
condone. I'm still talking. Get the fuck out, motherfucker.
Ramsey has dropped.
Where's Ramsey?
No,
Ramsey said
we shouldn't have dropped him. He has not said anything about
Nanya wanted to ask a question.
Guys, can you imagine the people that we are sharing the country with?
I think someone was addressing something to me, something about I can't remember what it was. Someone was saying something to me. I don't know, was it Dr. or Chris? Someone was saying something.
No. Trudeau was asking you, can you see the people who are sharing the same country with?
No, before that. Someone was talking to me. Was it Dr. or was it Chris or who was it?
Yeah, okay. The last time we were having a conversation, right?
Yeah, I was saying something about what was it?
I said you and I agree. Okay. You and I agree that the Nigerian government has failed.
Yeah. Okay, I remember now. So basically, you're talking about the agenda. The agenda. People.
Yes, the agenda. Yeah.
So look, I mean, the facts are there, right? I mean, you have people who they go and settle, on other people's lands, and when you come and you say, look, guys, you guys don't belong, get off. They can kill you, or you kill their cow, or you steal their cow and they kill you because of that. These are facts, right? These are things that are happening, right? And it's causing a lot of problems. And the government has been treating these guys, have not been treating these guys with the level of seriousness that they're supposed to treat them with. Okay? Because these people, and look, this is one thing about this group of people, right? Now, the Fulanis, and we call them Bororos. These are these guys that move around, okay? And they move across borders. So you'll have people who come from an entirely different country, who don't even speak the same Fulani which we speak in Nigeria here. Okay? And so these people don't even have actual ties to even Nigeria itself. Maybe they just came a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago and they decide to settle in a particular place. Okay? And you tell them to get, even in my hometown it happens. You try to take them out, they can take you out. Do you understand? We have experiences. Okay, so this is a problem that is happening in a lot of places. And when you say these things, I already know it. So when you say it's an agenda, I'm like, okay, yeah, there are people who are criminals by nature. Okay, because they don't subscribe to any laws, they just want to do things their own way, and they are violent people. Okay, so at the end of the day, when you come back, they say, what is the solution? The solution still goes back to that issue of government. How are we going to solve this problem? The government must solve this problem. We must tighten the borders. We need to register people. We need to know who are the people who are coming to this country. You understand? And we need to make sure that people can't just, cause problems all over the place. Okay, but the solution has to be the government. There's no other way to tackle this agenda issue that you said. And I'm telling you, a lot of people are affected. Yes, we're hearing serious issues that are going on right now in Benue, and other places like that. But a lot of people are affected in other places too. So I completely agree with that.
I disagree with you, sir. There is something they call displacement theory, and that is what is going on now. Doctor, it is the duty of people like Turaki to force unity on US in order to continually collect GISRA tax from the I am too smart, intelligent Southerners who cannot differentiate between culture, tradition, and statecraft. For you to build a society, you must have a critical mass of people who share the same cultural affinity, tradition, moral philosophy. If you go to Europe, most countries have their own. All right,
Alabi,
so don't let him gaslight you.
We got you. There are people before you. Just hang on. We'll come back to you. Turaki, why are you still requesting the mic?
Let's go to Nanya before we move to Lawyer, Daniel, and
So no, Daniel was here before Lawyer and Lawyer and
Lawyer.
It's actually Lawyer. He wrote it in Yoruba.
So we go to Nanya first.
Wait,
go to Nanya first, and then
Turaki, your head no correct because.
No, Tudo, I want him to come and debunk what I said
He's
about
not debunking
India.
Shit.
That they kill cows in India Turaki wants to tell us that they don't kill cows in India, or I don't
Nigeria is
understand what he said. He wanted to
Why,
one of
why
the
are you?
first
Why are you?
Exactly,
We're
Alabi.
trying to build a
We're
different
not
country.
even in top
Hold
10.
on, guys. We're trying to build a different country, a country that works for everybody, and we're saying it is wrong to lynch people in 2025 under the guise of blasphemy. And you come in here and be like, why are you blaspheming in the first place? So let's educate you so that you don't blaspheme in the first place, so that you not be lynched. And that makes sense to you in your terrorist head of yours. It makes sense to you, Abby. I don't know who put us together in this country in the first place. Thunder fire that person. Let's continue, I beg. Naya, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Tudo. I have the most useless question to ask, and it's your fault because this question should have come out long time ago, but I don't know why you did not respond to me. So my question is actually going towards DG said about the Burmese people or whatever their name is. I think it was Kolade that talked about buying cows, right, from them. And DG said no, that those are not the people. That the people Kolade is buying cows from are the people that have settled, right? That these main Bororese people do not sell their cows. So now my question is, what do they do with the cows?
I don't know. Any takers to that question?
Can I just add? You see,
Do you know the Borori people?
if you, yeah, I know them. If you see, go and read about American history and see how America expanded to the western coast. You know what they call cowboy? Those cowboys were those people that were used to disrupt the Native Americans. It is the same template these foolish people are using. It is just because we have a lot of people that don't read in Nigeria. You see, what they are doing is trying to use those people as a means to an end. It would be very gullible for anybody to come and tell me, yeah, that it's because of religious crisis they are killing people in the Middle Belt. What the North want, and I'll keep saying it, is that they want an homogeneous North where firstly they will first bully, sack people away from their homeland so that when they have that totality of Muslim North, they can be able to control the South. It is common sense. Somebody cannot come here to come and tell me you are not tolerant to people's religion, but you want to force unity on them. On one hand, you said, oh, it is our culture to kill people if you blaspheme. On the other hand, we are telling you we don't want that. But then you turn 360 again to come and tell us that even after that, we must live together. See, it is the duty of people like Turaki to force unity on you so that they can continue their agenda. It is common sense. If you cannot tolerate people, why do you want unity with them? Like, I don't understand this conversation. People come here, you insult us, call us Islamophobic, as if it's only people that practice Islam. The version of Islam that people are practicing, UAE, Qatar, all those countries, they banned Islamic Brotherhood. In fact, do you know that in Egypt, the people that financed annihilating Islamic Brotherhood in Egypt, it was the UAE monarchs. So people come here, come and say things that are incoherent with common sense, and you want us.
All right.
Well,
all right. Dr. O, who do you say is the Nayad? I don't know if you're comfortable with that answer, but yeah.
I can answer the question. Sorry, my phone died. I had to get it charged.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All right, go for it. Real
Yeah.
quick.
So honestly, I had to really think about that question because it's not a useless question, and that was actually a great question. So it's interesting actually. What they do is they move around with these cattle, and they hope that they'll probably run into Tudo's farm in Benue and just eat his crops so they keep the cattle going, you know. But yeah, actually that's pretty much what they do. They just, you know, they want to get free food along the way. Okay. You know, so because I mean, even my friend called me the other day and said, you know, his whole farm, you know, the crops in Adamawa, you know, actually his whole farm was, you know, eaten up because of the, you know, these guys came in with their cattle and ate up all his crops. So they do that and they just move around so their cows keep, you and then they give birth, of course, every year. So maybe the guy has 5 cattle, 10 cattle this year. Next year he has, 12, 13. The next year he has 15, 20. And then they also get milk from the cattle. They survive on very little food. Okay, these guys they have just milk. They take a lot of the milk from the cattle, and the extra milk they sell it and buy some other stuff along the way because they're very nomadic. They're just moving. Okay, and so this is pretty much what they do. And they would rather just continue, living like that. They'll have maybe 20 cows, 50 cows, 100 cows, which is like tens of millions of naira. And they wouldn't go to school, they wouldn't buy a car, they wouldn't buy a house, they're just going, So it's a cultural issue also, and it's something that needs to be addressed.
But can I ask you a question, sir?
Whenever you answer this question, honestly, hold on. That's why I came up. They do sell their cows. So saying they don't sell their cows,
Go ahead.
is not true. They do sell the cows. So what they do is, in the process of moving the cows, and look, honestly speaking, too, though, let us be frank and let us tell ourselves the truth. Those that move from north downward, they are in the minority. That's the honest truth. If you look carefully, you will see or notice, go to any of these states, they still bring these cows with trailers. They still bring these people loaded in trailers, they upload them, and you see them within that environment begin to now move to the farmland. These people that we keep referring to as in quote, the terrorists, like that, they just move from north, they're just coming without knowing any places, just going from this within the bush until they get to Lagos. It's not true. It is not true. Let us be frank. What happens is these people, yes, we have the elders, and these elders we're talking about are not in quote the elders with AK-47. These are elders because even in my own site, even there in Lagos, you will still see them you see them with their cows, even within the site environment, within developed areas. And what they do every night is once they are done, they camp right there inside, we know if you go to the Sherry, they will tell you, oh, those are the guys, they know them, they've been there. So now saying those ones, and once is the raining season, they move their cows to the what's it called, abattoirs, where they sell it. And these people travel back to their district. So it's not that you just see them, all of them, and they are not in code, the real owners. The real owners are the rich big boys somewhere there in the north. They give them 20 cows, they must account for the 20 cows. At times you see one small boy. At times you just see a small boy. So now tell me that it's that small boy going with these cows that is not the one with all these data. So I think some people have leveraged this in code since elders farmer clash, when they give them that name, they now leverage that to now hide under that name to do what. Look, the people are these terrorists. They are terrorists. They're just hiding under the umbrella of they are the elders. They will need to bring this thing from the north. So you walk from the north all the way to the south. Abi?
Look, I'm not going to refute you entirely, right? So what I'm saying is, the people, all of them are herders. Okay, the terrorist ones, right? The terrorist herders, not the other terrorists who are bandits and stuff. So that you have the terrorist herders, and then you have those herders who are moving around peacefully, okay, and who have been doing that for a long time. And you have those who also settle, okay. So they're all herders. But then you have a lot of infiltration now, especially over the past few years, right? Whereby there was the problem where, if you recall, several years ago, there was a problem that happened whereby there was a lot of cattle rustling in certain areas in the north. So then a lot of them now started taking arms. And started saying, okay, because our cattle are being stolen, so then, and what they do is they have a communication whereby they can communicate to their whole group not within only Nigeria. They can communicate with their group even outside of Nigeria. So they now started basically communicating with others. So some of these guys now, that's the guys who now you see them, they carry weapons, Okay, some of them they are purposely doing it for criminality. Some of them they're just carrying it because of what happened to them and their people in the northwest when they were rustling their cattle. So you have all of them in that mix, right? So it's not. I don't want to generalize and say all of the herders are like that. Of course, I'm not going to say all the herders are criminals. No, but there are definitely those who have infiltrated and who are engaged in criminality, and you have those who have come from the outside of the country who have just strolled into Nigeria, and that's how they do.
I think I disagree with you because there's something they call mercenaries. So some of them that settled, they are more or less like intels for people that will come and do the damage to attack. This has been proven over time in different articles, right? So let me take a classical example in Igogo in Oyo State. You see, you people, I think people don't understand this problem, and that's why they're having a lot of opinions here and there. But we don't want to be honest with ourselves. You see, we don't have right. We in the South, we don't have right to change your culture for you. It is our own right to excuse ourselves from your own barbaric behavior. We cannot change people's culture except we want to conquer them. So what we are saying now is that all this explanation of it is not this one, it's not that, we are confused. We are not giving people problems. So don't come and confuse us with explaining what we can't even understand. Firstly, Nigeria is not one of the first 40 countries that has the highest number of cattle rearing. So that point is flawed. This idea that you people can continue to be carrying cattle up and down, it is archaic. Nobody does that anymore. And by the way, just
Okay,
like the
haven't we been talking about solutions? We have already spoken about solutions.
No,
now.
you will
Let's
not.
focus. Let's agree on certain points.
No, I'm not part of
No,
those
no, no.
people that you
No need to go
wait.
back.
Let me finish.
No need to go back.
Wait.
Let's just focus on solutions now.
Calm down.
We have already agreed. We have already agreed on that now.
Now, like, don't pass that one.
We are talking about solutions now. So
and no,
we
can still be talking about the problem too, so that we'll expose some things within that you don't want us to address. What I'm saying is that some that said to, they are more or less like intels for people that see. Don't come here to come and.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Wait now, in Igongo, for example, where Sunday Igboho went to, what happened was that they had the Seriki there for more than many years. The Seriki was there. You had these Fulani people that settled, and then you have some that came to perpetuate criminality. And when they kidnap people, the native people there will go and be paying obeisance to the Seriki, giving them money. Right? That's one example. And then Sunday Igboho came and said, what's the meaning of all this? You came to our land, you came here to settle, and you're constituting nuisance. In fact, you are killing our people. They even kill people. And that Seriki will be the one to take money to them in the bush. And they found them complicit. Another classical example is, you see, when people come in droves to come and wipe out 300 people, you will not tell me it is because they are poor. There is an hidden intent there. That's displacement. You are displacing people away from their land. This is the same template they used in America to displace native people. People, you go and read about how America expanded. You displace people from their land, you scare them. In fact, classical way you people kill the people kill them, they leave a scar that people will be scared to go back to it. In fact, it's psychological and traumatic that when people see it, they will say, look at how they kill people. They will put fear of God inside of them. That's what they do. So if you are coming here to come and tell me that it is because they are stealing people out, they are doing it, that's why they are butchering a 3-month-old cow, they will slaughter their head, they will damage their, like, you people don't get this thing. It is displacement. We cannot make an excuse for such a people.
I am not making such. I was just analyzing some of the things that happened.
Mr. Sheo, can I say something? I've been here. They're not bringing me mic. They're not bringing me mic. Mr. Sheo, sir, you know that there is no place there's no bush you will go in the southwest, south.
Wait, Daniel, nobody you just come. Nobody lawyer supposed to go next. That you don't produce it.
I don't.
Okay. You first justice come. No be quarter. You first justice come.
Yes.
You sure? If you sure, carry on now. No be quarter.
Thank you.
So there's nowhere you will go for this southwest, southeast, south. You not be by English matter. I don't understand, Mr. Shew. When you not go see the cow shit everywhere. Okay, let's say some people now in southwest, southeast that have goats. Why are they not taking their goats inside bushes and going to the north to go and be eating their grasses and their the north have cows. You can't tell me that there are people, not all of them that are criminals. They may be used as intel because all these northern that carry cow everywhere, they know everywhere, even to your house. If you're in Nigeria, Mr. Shehu, even to your own house, they know it. So that's why you see they can tell you where you are. They can tell you where you are. They're everywhere. They surround us. And how they start is by taking cows, running about, robbing everywhere, carry cows everywhere. There's nowhere you will go. In this is it in southwest? Is it in south? Is it in southeast? Everywhere. Okay. They not have cows. The south, these middle belt and us and this southwest, the south, they have farm. They are farming in those places. And you are carrying your cows everywhere in their farms. Even when they see, they will go to farm, they will see cows. Why can't you buy a land where you are? Buy land, arrange your cow. People then when we say they get goats, they do their goats. They buy land, they arrange the place, they are feeding their goats there. Why can't you do it? Why? Okay, even a minister will tell you that it is God created the Fulani man, that the cow is more cow when they cry moo is more than human being life. That's how
that's
God
their
created
culture.
it.
You don't have a right to change it. That's their culture. You don't have a right.
Bro, I understand what you are saying. That's their culture, but their culture should remain with them.
Exactly, man.
No. You see, it's your culture can be fine, but any day your culture says, look, if you kill a cow, you kill that person in a return. That culture is not acceptable. So I'm saying, look, guys,
that's a terrible.
We all are we all agree on these points. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're not disagreeing. When you say some people are there for intel, most likely, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's common sense. So we're not disagreeing on these points. Now, what I'm just saying is, when you come to talk about solution, you have to go back to the government issue. That's the truth. Yes, we can form a community-based policing, and stuff like that. Like if you come to my state in Adamawa only has about 30% Fulani, 70% are non-Fulanis. But we don't even have all these clashes. Because why? In many local governments now, before we have time as to when people can even move with their cattle. Everybody knows who is in that local government. You can't just, because we know the problems. So we have this thing whereby a lot of all these chiefs, all the traditional titles, everybody knows who are there, and we have set rules in many different local governments where you can pass, what time you can pass, and so on and so forth. And when we need to stop,
they don't control the levels of power in Adamawa. That's why. In places like Mali and Guinea, you think they don't look at these people with good face. So it's because Nigeria accepted this madness. Because some people feel like political calculation, if they speak, it will affect their political calculation. We are not serious in Nigeria.
Look. Yeah, I agree with you. And look, let's be honest. The previous government and this continued government, they have refused to take any action on these issues. And that's why, look, let me even tell you, the people in government, if you hear them talk, right, they themselves, they will tell you that this country has been infiltrated by different people, and that why do you think, the government itself is seriously under threat? This is the truth. A lot of government people will not even open up to, but the truth of the matter is, the country, we are seriously under threat. Why is it that people are collecting tax in Niger State, 200 kilometers from Abuja? Militants, bandits, they are collecting tax from Nigerians, 200 kilometers from Abuja. Are you telling me? The danger is there. We are all in soup right now. I'm telling you. These bandits don't care where you are from. They don't care.
Sorry, you cannot oversimplify the problem as we are all in soup. People in Southwest are not in soup. firstly, the legitimization of feudalism in the northern part of Nigeria has come to roast. It is not the edict of people from the south. Firstly, I'd like to remind you when Awolowo said the north is the parasite and dead weight on the fast-paced south. And one of the reasons why he didn't do alliance with the MPC there was because of the feudalist system. And instead, the kids you don't take care of today will come and take care of you tomorrow. So you see this blame game you people will be going around with. We need to be, I think some people need to take responsibility for their own shortcoming. And some people should take exception to being blackmailed with it. The feudalistic system in the north is not sustainable. And if you guys do not want to, because a lot of people don't want to have this conversation because, it will affect their political calculation. We were here alive yesterday when some people were addressing security issues. Some people were doing 200 open marriages for some set of people. So you people don't take this thing serious. If it now blows up, you people will now want to rope everybody. No, we are not part of it. Let us know what we are saying here. We are not part of it, right? Until people stop feudalism, until people stop all this open grazing, until people stop all this archaic system that does not suit or match the reality of the current day and of the modern world. People will be using your honey. That's the problem we find ourselves. As much as the Southwest is not perfect, you can see the influence of good governance there. When you people don't take everything serious, you go and be giving birth and you not create problem. The problem now, the current problem now is as a result of the failure of leadership in the north, and everybody is inside the whole mess. You know,
Hold on. Wait. We don't need
Tinubu is the
I
president.
agree, 100%.
Yeah, we don't need to exactly.
So that was why I used the word.
So why would you see the blame? Why would you see the blame?
It
Tinubu is the president,
is
and he
not.
controls the
No,
levels of
wait,
power.
if you want to look at the root cause of this issue, are there not poor people in the south? Why are we doing like this now? That's the result of the failed system there. The feudalistic system, system is stepping on our neck.
Alabi, hold on.
Look.
Nigeria has it. So what did you say?
No, go ahead.
Alabi, Nigeria has a president right now, and that president is not doing what he's supposed to do. Why are we pushing the blame on people who don't have
What I
powers?
said in my statement is that people will not say the truth because of political calculations. That's what I'm saying. But the root cause of this problem today, all these people that are calling bandits, look at those guys doing TikTok live video and everything. They are speaking Hausa now. As much as we come here to come and say they are falling now, they are speaking Hausa.
Hold on. Again, I ask the question. I repeat myself. Nigeria has a president right now. His name is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Why is he not sending the army?
Yeah, exactly, Doctor. Let's put this thing in context.
Nigerians.
Yeah, if I turn on my own camera to speak on TikTok and say let's go and protest, DSS will locate me, right?
They'll come and pick me right now. They will pick me.
Yeah,
Any Nigerian who dare to talk against the government, they will pick the person. Why is Tinubu not sending his army and police and DSS after these terrorists killing Nigerians across the country?
Again,
Alabi, that's the question.
Political calculation, just like I did when you mentioned the other time.
Oh,
Yes.
so okay, hold on. You see the problem? The problem I hate when people are hypocrites, right? You are blaming the Northerners who are using political calculation to keep their people in poverty. So you are not blaming your Tinubu who has the levels of power in the whole country and refusing to do the right thing.
And that is why I'm not indifferent of the centralization of the system. If you want the country to get dismantled today, I am in support. What I'm saying is that it is one of the root cause.
Alabi, again, dismantling the country will not solve the problem, because even your Southwest that you claim is enjoying dividends of democracy or whatever you called it is one of the poorest regions in the country, despite the billions.
No, that's not true.
That's
not true.
That's
Mr.
what is
Labi,
that?
can I ask you a
But
question,
that's not
sir?
true.
Mr. Labi,
But that's not true.
Mr. Labi, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Fine. Have you you get AK-47? You don't go
No,
learn
I'm
Kung Fu. You don't
I'm
go
not.
learn karate.
No.
What are you doing about insecurity in this country in your own side? That you say the Southwest is enjoying dividend of democracy.
No,
At the end
you
of
are
the
picking
day,
my
say
word out of
you say
context.
you say
You
we
are picking
are
my word out of context.
you
No,
say
guys,
the West
guys,
you say
You
the
are picking my
Westerners
words out of
are
context,
no,
and you
you
are
say
being
the
let,
Westerners
let,
are
intentional
let,
about
not
that.
in
let me
soup.
just,
We are in soup.
no, no,
Agree to that. Agree
Did I
to
not
the
agree to it?
identity.
no, he
No,
agrees.
Do I not
I
agree
just,
to it?
I just want to, Alabi said something, right? And he was saying, look,
you
some
say we
of
are
the
not in soup.
causes,
Everybody is in soup in
You
Nigeria.
people are talking about let us address the problem, but when I pinpointed it out,
yeah.
you are now holding me accountable for
No,
saying it's
Alabi,
obvious.
no, let's be fair to Alabi. Alabi did mention some of the, underlying factors that is fueling some of these things and saying, look, we have to look at the leadership failure on the north. So absolutely, we have to look at that. I completely agree with Alabi on that, to be honest. And he stated that does not take away the fact that this government is failing in their own responsibilities. And that's the truth.
Why is nobody speaking? What's going on?
Oh, I thought my
Nah,
network went off.
I thought my network was bad. Though. I thought my lawyer, please, you can go ahead and speak. I thought my
Lawyer,
network.
go ahead.
You can go ahead and speak.
Lawyer, go ahead. Lawyer, I beg now. Lawyer, remove your earpiece. Remove your earpiece. No, they hear you.
Okay,
Lawyer,
is it clear now?
lawyer, what? It's not still better. Please just discard the earpiece. You are speaking as if you are talking to us from NTA.
Wait, in the tune the earpiece, in the actually you better. I beg, just go what I've seen. That does not work well with very fast in general. It's crazy. You for just come on the earpiece, but no, we're hearing like a background noise, like a humming, and then like wind blowing against it. Very weird. Anyway.
Is it better now?
Yeah, this is better. Yeah, and then it's back. That noise is back. Just carry on. We'll power through. It's going to be painful to listen to you, but carry on.
Okay, but is it clear now?
That noise has stopped. It seems the noise happens when you start speaking. It has started again. It could be me, oh. I don't know, guys. Is it just me?
Okay, I just wanted to talk about the religious aspect of it. My few points are that number one, the religion should is actually personal, or at least should be personal when it comes to whether Christianity or Islam and stuff like that, because it the only problematic aspect of it is where there is enforcement. So the enforcement issue, where the question of um you know making it legislating the religious injunctions as part of the legal jurisprudence in the country, or part of Nigeria. For instance, the adoption of Sharia in some northern states, or the penal code, and other religiously actually influenced laws. So, but ordinarily, if religion is personal, there wouldn't be any need to actually talk about um, having religious um, provisions as what the people should actually follow, should actually obey. Because to be sincere, it's actually something that is questionable if someone who has interacted with God and has actually come up with a scripture say Quran, for instance, that this is the words of God, and then only that person has a personal relationship with God. Only that person has actually seen God. And somehow other people actually believe it. And this has now spread, across different parts of the world. And here we are, religion in the south, in the northern part of Nigeria, Islam has basically replaced people's, traditions, customary laws that we had before the jihadist incursions. So, so it's something that has been part of the culture that is not beyond religion in the north. It's cultural in a way, it's also religious in another aspect. But like I said, if it remains personal, it would have been unproblematic. But where we have issues, people thinking that there is a need to enforce the words of God or the law of God. So, and where I have issue is that, why would you want to enforce what God, is actually the author? Why do we want to enforce the law of God? Why do we want to keep people for blasphemy? Just because maybe the Quran or God has allegedly or purportedly, decreed that should be the punishment, So, because now we are talking about laws that will be enforced by humans. So, to the extent that these laws will be enforced by humans, I think theoretically, at least, people should be able to separate religion from secular laws. There must be democratic and proper legislative process that should go into the lawmakings. People should not just adopt, Sharia or religious provisions just because they presume or they believe that everybody is a Muslim, because even if, you claim that most people are Muslims, you don't even know who are the true Muslims. You don't know whatever each person is actually doing in their privacy. But like I said, assuming but not even considering that people are Muslims, but these laws that you're about to enact will be enforced by humans, not God. So to that extent, I think, people should actually consider proper process, proper due process, civilized, process, logical thought to lawmaking, and not dogmatism that we just want to adopt what the Quran says or what the Sharia says. So, and I think that's where the issue actually lies. So, if we consider it from the angle of the fact that human beings want to enforce these laws, then we should actually allow human process, human thought to actually prevail beyond what the religion actually says. So that's all I have for now. So thank you very much.
Can I respond to this?
Alabi, as the unofficial co-host, I grant you the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I think people make mistake about the ideas of people's culture. So it is not only limited to northern part of Nigeria. People who had substituted their culture for Islam over, even though if you take them to the most developed societies in the world, they still have that mindset. You cannot change it, except you have the except you apparently have power more than them to be able to clamp them down. Just like I think maybe it was Sweden or Norway that did it that time, that told them that if you cannot He stopped bullying people. You see you see all these people that came from war-torn countries, people that were bottom barrels coming to Europe, and over time, living there for 10, 15, 20 years, having citizenship, they don't integrate. They don't, all right? In fact, as they become more populous, as they are germinating, their number is progressing, they'll start asking you for Sharia law. These are the people you. So it is important for you to know that I think a lot of Nigerians, particularly from the southern part of Nigeria, they can't debate this out with northerners. Look at somebody that came here the other time. It will probably shock you that somebody of that nature, that guy that calls himself whatever, that guy that said people should not blaspheme. We have a guy on this Twitter. He's a doctor, Dr. Musti. He will tell you, go and tell people to stop blaspheming. You can't argue this issue out with them because it is now their culture. A Yoruba person, you cannot take Omoluabi away from them except you want to conquer Yoruba people. So we should stop oversimplifying and thinking we can. I think the problem with a lot of Southerners is they live in some kind of bubble of delusion that, because we are one country, you can't convince them. They would rather lose their life than accept your wish. And it is their right. And it is in your own right to understand that, well, we have to sieve sand away from chaff. What do they call it? It is, they are not offending you. That is their worldview. If you come to America here, you see, go to somewhere like Detroit, Dearborn, you see people there. They have massive number of Muslims, mostly of Arab descent. They want Sharia law. That's what they want. So people's culture, people's culture, people's religion and culture has been altered and changed to religion, and that's how they see the life. They will be making references. We'll be having a conversation with them. They'll be making references from the Quran. And I have always argued with people that multiculturalism will be the end of the Western world, for example, because you cannot live with people if a people cannot integrate into a society. They will form a parallel society. They'll create problem. So that's the issue we are having here. It is that deep. Religion is very emotional and psychological thing. So when we are trying to tell, when people try to say, you people should not practice Sharia law, you people should stop talking. No, you are the one making the mistake because they know what they want. You want to argue it out with them. When Ahmadu Bello was saying, I am a northerner and a Muslim, let us respect our differences. He knows what he was saying. Nnamdi Azikiwe was there doing unity begging, saying, let us forget about our differences. Like, it's so simple. You see the critical mass of their educated people come here to come and tell you the same thing. And you think you can convince an average person that is walking on the road, that is doing shoemaker, or the one that is selling, that is carrying ram up and down. People have PhD. People went to defend people that killed Deborah 32 sons. Can't you people like go and read about Rabi in Sudan? The man has a PhD. He studied in UK and France and maybe in Germany. This man was one of the people that sneaked Sharia law into their constitution in Sudan. That man is one of the person that created the problem of Sudan till today. He's a PhD holder. So people trying to convince people that have made up their mind is more or less like you're wasting your time. I don't have problem with them. It is people from the south I have problem with, because I don't understand why you think you can. The only way you can change their mind is if you can conquer them. And I don't think people have the mental and psychological capacity to do that. It's what they want.
Salabi, can I ask you some questions?
Yeah.
So the first thing is that do you think all of the so-called northerners, especially the elites, are actually genuine? They actually have genuine religious motives, in all of these things, or there are other, perspectives or other, motives, economic, political, you know, agenda? That's my first question. The second question is that they, when you say they, I mean, when you refer to the Northerners, you talk about they, how verifiable, in terms of statistics, that you actually, how much of data do you have about those people that actually want this so-called Sharia, in terms of the masses, the northern masses, the common people, what's the percentage, how many of the northern population, then even how many of the Muslims, So I just want to get some insight as to some of the things you talked about. So I would appreciate if you can address those two questions for them.
Well, I think it is because we are not being truthful with ourselves. We always want to not offend other people when we see their obvious hypocrisy. So a society built on the ideals of religion being used to govern that society will be devoid of logic and logical reasoning. No society would run their society with theocracy. Maybe people can make argument with Saudi Arabia. Of course, they are the ones that have Islam, so probably that's their culture. And by the way, they practice a monarchy system, which only one person, maybe the royal family, speaks for them in terms of international relations, right? So what I'm saying is that we need to be honest with ourselves. The reason why Sharia law was agreed upon by the northern elite is because logically, right, for the North cannot practice a democratic system. That's just bitter truth. And immediately they lost the power from the military, which they control. They had the military system. They had to devise that means to be able to. In fact, that should have been the time the southern elite should have seceded from Nigeria, because theocracy is not compatible with democracy. You cannot use religious doctrine to govern a democratic system, particularly in a country like Nigeria, which is multi-ethnic. So when they did that, they knew what they were doing. And again, one of the more reasons why they adopted Sharia is that they will be able to use it to bully the northern minorities who are Christians. So if they persecute them over time, most of them would take their religion to be Muslims. Those guys are just they are just strong set of people, because the agenda against them is clear like day. Somebody that is not Christian, you catch them, you can lie. Somebody can literally wake up one day and lie on somebody that they blaspheme and they kill the person. It has happened countless times. So when they see this kind of bullying, those ones that are being bullied, they are being excluded from public good. There are reports that I've read in colonial Nigeria that when you had the northern region, particularly when they started, when Ahmadu Bello came, if you are not a Muslim, in fact, you have to pretend or change your name to be a Muslim to be able to have access to public good. It is on record. You have to weaponize poverty within these people. So the idea that Sharia law was implemented in Nigeria is as a means to be able to protect their own interests, because they know in a democratic system you criticize them. How many human rights activists are in the northern part of Nigeria? I'm asking you, come and tell me. The most of the human rights activists you see in the northern part of Nigeria, particularly, mostly are from middle belt who are Christians, or some of them that are elite among themselves. For you to be able to subjugate a people and weaponize feudalism, for you to subjugate a people, you have to use two tools: religion and feudalism. Like, it is incompatible. So these people cannot practice a democratic system. You need to know that all this democratic system they're practicing with you is because of the mineral wealth from the south. You see somebody come and tell me that I should accept a blasphemy, but that same person want to share the same country with me. So if I go in their own side of the country one day and go and blaspheme, they will kill me. So I mean, this thing is crystal clear like day.
Who are the people behind the agenda? Is it the common Muslims in the north or the elite? From what you said now, is it the average Muslim in the north
No,
that just
it's a trickle down effect. It's a trickle down effect. Some elite will make the law, the people will key in. That's why you see. So now you can mute your mic. I'm hearing feedback. The people will key in. When they key in, that's why you see most of even their middle class guys that come here on Twitter to come and make a justification, defending bandits, defending Sharia law. It is because it is now a culture. You can't take it away from them. It is trickle down effect. So if an average person educated like you that has a master's degree in engineering comes to tell you, and maybe somebody like Bulama or whatever that works in the media space come to tell you that, well, Sharia law is part of our culture, who are you to now start convincing? You are giving yourself a headache. It's a trickle-down effect. The elite will make the law to protect their interests, then the people will kill. And that's what you are seeing here. Like, we have eyes we can't see, because if we talk, they will call us tribalists. If we talk, they will call us unpatriotic. It's bitter truth. A society can't work like this. You cannot have, in Nigeria, you have two systems you are practicing theocracy and democracy. Democracy is practiced in the south, theocracy is practiced in the north. Everything all the political gimmick they are playing with you is because of the response of the south. Is the bitter truth. So I don't understand why people want to. You can't convince these people. I'm sorry, you can't. And you are not in any right to even convince them, because that's their reality. That's how they view the world. And I give a classical example of, even if they migrate, take example for the Arabs, the Somalians. If they migrate abroad, you will see once they settle, once they start getting economically, they get upward mobility in terms of social status. These people, you'll be shocked that they'll be asking, and we are now having a lot of population in our social. They are doing this in the UK. It's obvious, like they are doing it in America. In fact, I am one of the biggest critics that these people, I can predict in the next 15 years' time, Islam will be banned in Western world. I can bet it. Because people that are Muslims, that are of mostly Arab descent, they are now weaponizing political Islam in the Western world. You will live somewhere, you now go and be gaslighting the natives that because of democracy, we are minority, you should give us the right to be able to practice Sharia law. If you don't allow it, it is Islamophobic. That is utter nonsense. You see people like Ilhan Omar, they will be going around calling people. You see Momdani, that guy that won US mayor, calling people Islamophobic because they disagree with them. So it's crazy. And even most of the Emirati guys are telling them that, oh, you people don't allow these people between Islam. I think Donald Trump yesterday banned Islamic Brotherhood in America. Like, people can't change these people. I don't know, but that's none of my business, by the way. Because I'm a Muslim too, and I'm scared that if these people create problem now, they will add me to the whole madness. There is difference between Islam and political Islam. What they are practicing in the north is political Islam. You have to force religion on people's nose so that they will accept. You cannot look, the reason why there is stability in southwestern part of Nigeria is because when we accepted Islam, we accepted it from a place of convenience. We accepted it. It was the Malian. We saw the lifestyle of the Malians, and we accepted it. Yoruba people accepted Islam from a position of convenience. But the kind of Islam they accepted in other part of Nigeria is a corrupted one. Usman Dan Fodio came with jihad and political Islam, and these people have been practicing Islam before, but the corrupted version is the one they are practicing now. We domesticated our own. We made it with our culture, and that's why you have sanity a bit in our own place, that even if we see people talking about political Islam, we start dragging them, because our own society is of deep. We have people of multi-ethnic. We are a multi-religious society in the southwest, for example. So if you want to weaponize political Islam, if you want to create problem in southwestern part of Nigeria now, just go and start talking about Yoruba Muslim are better than Yoruba Christian. But our people understand this. So you cannot convince people that something is part of their culture, that they should change it. How? As how?
Yeah, Mr. Labi, what I notice is that it seems there's some sort of I don't know, maybe dichotomy in what you just said or what you're saying. You are conflicting the issue of culture with political agenda. I mean, if something is cultural, it's understandable, but if it is political, to me, it's not reflective of the generality of the Muslims in the north. It's reflective of a few uh, Muslims who are probably the elite, and they are the ones that are driving the political agenda from what you just said. That is what I've been able to make out from what you just said. You cannot say on one hand it is cultural,
I
and on
didn't
the
say
other
that.
hand,
I didn't say that. What I said is that they replaced their culture to Islam. By the way, if I ask you a question now, that what's the culture of the Hausa Fulani, particularly the northwestern part of Nigeria? What is their culture? I can list 10 of Yoruba for you. What is their culture in northern part of Nigeria? The core north. Answer me.
no, I said it earlier in my first submission. I agree with you that the north western part of it, I mean, the culture has been supplanted. Indigenous culture customs have been supplanted and replaced with Islam. And so I agree with you to that extent. And that is why I said that even if it is cultural, we should be able to at least theoretically differentiate between culture, religion, and the law. So even if I'm a lawyer, so I understand that there is an intersection, or there are intersections amongst these three phenomena, so they overlap, they influence one another. But what I know is that they are not the same, and they actually cannot be the same. So to a large extent, for instance, one may argue that America is a Christian, nation, or maybe there is Christian nationalism, whether ideally or reality or whatever. But it doesn't mean that you know I mean, to that extent, it means that maybe some American laws are influenced by Christian doctrines. But it doesn't mean that Americans are not logical when they are making their laws. It doesn't mean that they don't separate religion from secularism and civilization when the need actually arises. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, that even if Islam is now cultural enough, or it is religious, or it is a religion in the north, it shouldn't automatically become their jurisprudence.
I get what you mean. I think you're trying to intellectualize this conversation. So, what I'm saying is that the elite is a reflection of the people. That's just the bitter truth. One elite, we might like to hear it or not, one elite is equivalent to like 20,000 people, right? And I'll bring this back to you. If you touch one of any elite in any part of Nigeria, maybe you are from another section of the country, you see the body language, you understand what it is. So you are intellectualizing it because you said you think it should not be, but the people practicing it said this is what it is for them. And this has always been my argument with people, that I think a lot of Southerners, they overthink more than they believed on issues that people want to address the way they want. When you say it should be different, and then on another hand, somebody that is intellectually astute, somebody that is educated, comes to tell you that legitimizing Sharia law is okay, and you should go and advise people not to be blaspheming, how are you going to separate that? I think you are more worried than them, than they are convenient with their reality. I agree. It is this conversation you are having. It is a conversation that somebody that understands that civilization is is something that grows over time. But people that decide to say, okay, this is where we want to stop and this is where we are going to be, we want to operate in the 10th century ideals. If you are an out group person, there's something they call in group and out group. If you are an outsider, you do not have a right. If you are an in group person, maybe you are part of them, you can argue it. And if they have power more than you, or maybe their elite can just go and throw you in prison, you'll be silenced for life, and the law will prevail. You are having a cause, an opinion that, well, because this thing is not culture, it is religion, they should separate it because the law says it. No, people don't want to address issue that way. You are giving your own self edict on people's, like, you don't get what I mean. I understand you. Ideally, what you are saying is right, but the conversation becomes counterproductive when somebody comes again and come and tell you that, oh, okay, you go and advise people to stop blasphemy. For you, it doesn't make sense for if somebody blasphemes because they have a right, human right, to speak about an issue. But some people tell you there are some things you must not talk about and you will kill because of it, and they will justify it. So it's more or less like you having edict more than the people that even just want to practice it. What you just need to do is, okay, we've had you, no problem. Day or day, make a day my day. Everybody will be at peace. I think, I'm not sure, maybe I get what.
Yeah, if I may just add, I also try to rationalize it even within the context of the religion itself, which is whether Islam, for instance. And I said that enforcement, if enforcement is coming from humans, it is then contradictory to base the jurisprudence on scriptural or divine, because theocracy that you mentioned it derives its legitimacy from divine injunctions, that there is a belief that there is a God that has directed that this should be done, and if we violate what the God has said, the God would actually punish us. But if we leave it at that and allow the God to punish people that violate the scriptures, I mean, it will be less problematic. So, for instance, now, if the Quran, says that if you blaspheme, and then this is the punishment, and when someone does that, and everybody just leaves it to God to actually punish the person, to me that would have been more logical within the realm of religion. But when people think that they want to enforce what God has, directed on behalf of God, that is where it becomes problematic. And that is where we are trying to see whether we can rationalize it in other ways by saying that maybe it's just purely political, maybe it's just an instrument of, political powers by some few people that have somehow been able to indoctrinate, or actually brainwash the large majority, So that's why that was the justification I gave, that if enforcement is
Yeah, and I think if you don't mind, let me respond to lawyer.
Let me just say one thing, like, on mute. You see, I get what you mean, right? The thing is that the reason you are saying is some set of elite. You are right, but I disagree in the context of maybe they are using it against the people. No, the people agreed to it because it's now part of their culture. And that's why I will revert to my statement that's why you see middle class like you on tie and suit come on Twitter here to make a case for it. Because, again, let us go back. It has now become the culture. If it is not part of their culture and the people know, they would have revolted. People would have revolted. But because it's not part and parcel of their culture, it is now an acceptance, it is now a moral good, an ideal for the society. That is why it will still be in place. So, and I made mention of you being an outgroup person, trying to rationalize it for them. It's more or less like you want to colonize them. And that's just the bitter truth. You do not have any right to be worried about what they want. because everybody has agreed. Over time, it has become a doctrine. It is now a culture. You cannot take Omoluabi away from you. If they want to take Omoluabi away from you, you fight. You will keep anybody that want to do that. And if that person is not a Yoruba person. So it is vis-a-vis, just like everybody, right? Yeah. That's just the bitter truth. You don't have a right to be worried about their ethic.
So you mentioned your Muslim, right?
Yeah, you said what?
You said you're a Muslim.
Yes, yes.
So to the outsiders, how is it different from what you practice, and how are you so sure that what they practice up north isn't going to come to the southwest, for instance?
So firstly, I believe that some of the things in the holy books, the different holy books, cannot stand the test of today's time, right? As much as we love religion, we have to be honest. Some of the things cannot stand the test of today's modern world. And again, most of the opinions that most of these extremists used to have, they are always deduced from hadith. And the prophet was not part of the people that wrote hadith. The prophet has been dead for long before hadith was written. Hadith was just written. It was just opinions of people based on their different ideology, the Salafis, the Wahhabis, the Qadriya, whatever. So you see, those hadith is where the problem are, and that is where those people used to take inspiration from those extreme opinion about Islam. Not most of all those things those guys say, they are not even Islamic. It's just an opinion of some people who are just emotionally triggered about how people should live their life, which is not their problem.
Okay, so you're confident the Yoruba Muslims,
I said it. No, we have some clowns amongst us, but what I said, the majority of Yoruba people, the reason why our own version of Islam is our own way, because it has been domesticated. Our own version of Islam has been domesticated. We've mixed it up with our culture, right? And we were not conquered through Islam. We didn't accept Islam from a position of conquest. In fact, let me tell you, most people in the Middle East today, they are not Arabs, but most of them got Islam through conquest, and that's why they are fanatic. They have to replace their culture with Islam. And if you don't have a culture, you take a foreign culture, you'll be obsessed. You will do the most extreme. Take a classical example of people in those days when the colonial master came to Nigeria, people that could be able to speak English, they will bully you. Those people they call the elitists, maybe in Lagos or Port Harcourt or anywhere. Then, when you can't speak English those days, they will bully you because you can't speak English. You can't speak eloquent English. They will say you usually vernacular on pidgin you are speaking. They will bully you. It is because they accepted a foreign culture. They now see that foreign culture is superior to theirs. That's why they are fanatic and they are obsessed. It's just vis-a-vis. So for we never accepted Islam from a position of conquest. That's why we can be our own worldview about how to practice Islam is still in the moderate position, even though we have some clowns amongst us who also want to go to extreme, show their allegiance to the religion in such a way that is ridiculous. So you need to separate it. If people are conquered with Islam, the probability of being an extremist is always high. That is why you don't have peace in Middle East today. Go and see all those countries. And in fact, I made mention of it the other time that UAE, United Arab Emirates, they financed the destruction of Islamic Brotherhood in Egypt when after Morsi, they were the one that planned the coup that ousted Morsi, because they had in UAE. UAE has some guys that are also practicing Islamic Brotherhood. Do you know that Saudi Arabia has executed 63 people who were Islamic extremists in 1979? Go and read. They laid a siege on the Mecca that Saudi Arabia is now becoming liberal. They are doing too much of modern stuff or whatever. They executed them. Those countries don't easy. If you're an extremist, you see Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they will kill you once they know. In fact, for you to be able to preach, to take a lecture on Islam, you have to probably have gone through, you have to probably have done that degree you've passed, and you get an accreditation, you get an approval from the government before you do that. That is how sin, because they know religion is something that is really, people are very emotional about religion. You see somebody talk about the prophet now, they will start want to kill you because they know there's a psychological attachment to religion that I don't know how people feel. I don't know. Those countries, don't go and just, you can type 1979 siege on Mecca. They executed 63 people because the kind of Islam they wanted the House of Saudi Arabia to practice. It's an extreme form of Islam.
You sound like you're moderately religious, but for the question of blasphemy, there are always consequences, even with the countries that you call, let's say Saudi Arabia. You can't, I'm sure you can't speak about the prophet. And, you know, for me, I feel like the idea is within the religion. Is just, religion generally is, you know, outdated, but with Islam, the ideas are disturbing, some of them. And you could say some of them are...
Very, I agree.
You could say some of them are from the
Yes.
Hadiths, and, you know, yeah.
Mostly are from Hadith and opinions of different scholars of different school of version of Islam. In fact, sometimes I don't always advise people to even read it because they are very. It doesn't even make sense for somebody to tell you to go and kill somebody because of what sort of nonsense is that. I don't believe in that, and I don't think it does make sense. If you want to practice religion, let it be personal to you. Even though we know that nobody has come to tell us that this is the way to heaven, but if we want to deceive ourselves, yeah, let us agree. But you don't have a right to force it on people. It doesn't make sense.
All right. Thank you, guys. Let's move the mic so that everybody can get a chance to chime in, and then we'll get ready to wrap up.
All right. Let me just make a contribution. Alabi, I've been very impressed with your submission. I was in the listener session and I kept listening to some of the things you said, especially to the nature of the conquest happening in Nigeria's Middle Belt. It mirrors exactly what's happened in America. And if you want to extend it to look at the conquest by Islam, you'll have to look at things like the way Lebanon, what happened to Lebanon, and even modern day Turkey, how Turkey was conquered by the Ottoman Empire. It started by the conquering of the villages around the Eastern Roman Empire that were outside that war, and then subsequently it became so strong that it was able to lay siege on the Eastern Roman Empire. So I think that's what is happening. The other thing I wanted to talk about is if you look closely to the nature of religious crisis in the North, before 2009, you would come to understand that it was mostly in the urban area. And at some point, the urban area religious crisis stopped. And everybody thought, okay, tempers have now mellowed down. And then the next thing you begin to notice was it moved into the rural areas. And those rural areas are usually defenseless, and they begin to sack those rural areas. I think that's what is happening. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was your diagnosis of the problem with religion in the North. It has become so mixed up, really, Islam and their culture, that it's very difficult to actually know what actually is a culture in the North. I think the reason why the Arabs are able to make some progress, it's because Islam, it's their culture. And with most cultures in Nigeria, it comes to understand that some things changed over time because they were able to adapt it. But if you take in somebody else's culture, it becomes very difficult for you to modernize and change because you become very indoctrinated in that way of life, just like you described. So me, here is my way forward, the way I see it, because I grew up in the North. I know these things perfectly. And I'm telling you now, you can't change the way religion is viewed in the North. Any attempt to do that is a waste of time and it's going to hit a hard rock. The solution to this problem, the solution to this problem is to sit down and divide the country into segments that have some sort of affinity uh, to govern themselves and be a country. There is going to be challenges without a doubt, but I think is the first step forward in this problem. This current siege is just an attempt to take up the whole of the North for themselves in order to completely eradicate the so-called minorities in the North who are largely Christians, but not homogeneously Christians. So I think we have to act now. We have to act very fast before it becomes too late. If not, we'll all be really, really sorry. So I think that's my submission. But I have to say, I'm impressed with everything you've said. You diagnose the problem exactly where the issues are, and you're able to explain it better than most people have on this space. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Who's going next? Anyone else wants to? I don't see any hands here, guys. Are we done?
Yeah, let me just chime in a little bit.
All right, Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you. How are you doing today?
My brother, I did. Thank you very much. How now?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, just like the last speaker said, we can talk a lot about how we wish things would be, or but the reality is that the type of Islam practiced in northern Nigeria is the type of Islam that you cannot separate from anything. You can't separate even common sense. So they will choose their religion over common sense. They will people will murder people, massacre people over blasphemy. And then you have sons, highly educated, highly very wealthy people come to defend the murderer. So this will show you the level of how these people view. So for them, religion is everything. No matter what secular law you want to bring, it's not going to fly. That is the reality. You're just going to waste your time. You're just going to speak English and then waste your time because due to the reformation that happened during the Fodio, it has taken root. So right now, for them, culture is Islam. What is right or wrong is Islam. Like everything is Islam for at least many of them. So without looking at the country, it's just like I'm always say. So how are we going to do this? Because at the end of the day, I hate to break it to everybody that as long as we continue to be Nigerians, like the one indivisible country, we have to do this. We have to put it, and it's not going to stop. They will continue the attempt until Islam takes over the whole country. It's never going to stop. As long as this is the mentality. So if their understanding of Islam is like that of maybe the Senegalese or the Guinea people, or then we can maybe have a kind of understanding, or have in a way try to work out a feasible country. But I don't see any feasibility in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say it. Like, over time I've thought about this because I used to be very much against people who are thinking that breaking the country would be the best. I used to kind of think that they don't really have any point. But every day as I think of this, I see that they have a lot of points. You can form any successful nation with a group of people who want to murder you on the basis of religion, and like who would like for blasphemy, for example. Where I come from, you can just say we have Christians, but you can in front of them say that Jesus is the fool. Nobody will do anything to you. They will just wish that they may hate what you say, but they're not going to do anything, right? And then on the other hand, there are people who already codified this blasphemy in their own law, such that if the state, even if the mob didn't do it, the state will do it. So already separate law, and then we can talk of all of the Sharia, whatever. And you can see that for example, the Izala group that have their headquarters in Jos, of all the places to have their headquarters, it is in a Christian place. There's a reason for that. So the Izala movement has a lot of prominent, even ex-presidents of this country in their rank and file. They are everywhere in your military. They're everywhere in your police force. And the Izala movement has the same idea as Boko Haram. Not a single difference. They, according to their founders, do not want ever to see a Christian rule over this country. In fact, it is something that should never ever happen. So when people are thinking of Boko Haram just came out of thin air, no, it was already an ideology that was there, well nurtured by people in high places. So if as presidents, people who have a lot of access to power, people who are guiding, not just presidents, secretary to the, different calibers of powerful people are part of the Izala movement, and they have been here in your country, and they have all of this access to power in your country, and for them, it is stated that they want to Islamize the country. So how would you try to work out the nation with those kind of people? Because whatever you do, you want to, let's say you want to prevent this to happen by making the police equipping the police, right? At the end of the day, the police will not be able to do anything because within the police are high-ranking members of the group who want to Islamize the country. So what they will do is to either look the other way while the carnage is happening, or even aid the carnage to happen, right? So for me, I think there are three options. One is that states must be semi-independent within Nigeria, where the powers of the federal government must have to reduce very much, and then states can be able to control their police, control their some, not only the police, some security architecture within the state. So the states that want to really become like Afghanistan or whichever, or Pakistan, can really do it. No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Those who feel uncomfortable within those states can go and seek solace in other states that can protect them. Right? So that is just one. Number two is to carve out maybe a regional kind of semi autonomy as well, where these regional semi autonomous regions are just paying small taxes to the federal government, and then they are able to have standard security architecture that can respond to threat. That is number two. Number three is to divide the country. Either, and in dividing it, we can do two ways. Either we go the way of India and Pakistan, and people, we part way peacefully. You go and do your Islamism how you want. You can become another Niger Republic or whichever country, no problem. If we want to visit you, we'll visit you as another country. So that's one way of parting way, divide the country between majority Christian zones and then Muslim zones. Then the Christian communities who are multi-ethnic or whatever, can try to work out way of trying to cohabit. It's not going to be easy, but at least they can have an understanding how to do that. The other way is also to divide the country along major ethnic lines, where also you can have any group that is up to 5 million or 3 million people. They are enough to be a nation if they wish, and there is a referendum for this. Why not? Iceland is only 300,000. Switzerland, how many? There are countries in Europe that are not up to 100,000, and they are living. There are places in Oceania, in those Australia area, those places. There are places there that are just tiny islands, 50,000 people, 100,000 people, and their countries, and they are surviving because the more important thing is that they are living. They are not being massacred. So you can also go that way. So these are the three options, in my own opinion. Otherwise, if we continue to delude ourselves that Nigeria, the way it is currently structured, that we will not end up being Islamized. You will just be deluding yourself. Go and read, like, just pick up any history book. Pick up how Sudan became. Go and read about how Sudan became a Muslim country. How right now under our very eyes, it's now Arabic Republic of Sudan. But the name Sudan means black. So this is how it happens. Go and read about Egypt, Turkey, Lebanon, Syria. Uncountable, right? Also read about how Usman Dan Fodio was able to conquer the Hausas. It was through like this. They were attacking villages, ransacking villages, gathering power. So as these people are kidnapping people, and federal government is paying them millions of and billions of naira, they are using it to recruit more people because now it has become, what do you call it? It has become lucrative. So anybody who's not doing anything, you will join. So the rank and file will increase, and they know already that the Nigerian army is not much to them. So you are getting incentive, and you have an ideology to drive you, and you also have foreign support from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the rest, and the Muslim Brotherhood. So money is flowing in from everywhere. Weapons are flowing in from Agadez, from Libya. All of the weapons done by US, by Turkey, by these other groups, they can flow into Nigeria. So if you have a steady supply of weapons, steady supply of arms, a state that is not that cannot fight. So calculate 1 + 1. You arrive at 2. How long do you think it will take for them to for their rank to swell, far beyond what Nigeria can contain, and they take over the country? So that's just my opinion on this.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. Let's go with the hands. Eleke, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, go ahead. After you, we'll take Ifezu, Chidiberry, and Don Orlando. I don't know if you guys want to speak. If not, it's fine. We'll just go with those two. Eleke, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. So, Lexi, I was listening to you, and I did agree with a couple of things you said. But I think I just want to disagree with the parts. And I mean, there were options that you kind of gave with dividing the country along maybe religious lines. I do not think that would work. I think referendum would definitely be the best way moving forward, where anybody who feels like they want to be a country can be a country. So in so doing, everybody is at peace. Because right now in Nigeria, we are so divided that virtually everything could cause problems, So in my opinion, that shouldn't be an option to go. When I joined this space and I saw what is really going on in Nigeria, I think it is very visible to all of us that It is the conquest. It is the Islamization of the Nigeria agenda that is ongoing. And if most of us keep sitting on the fence, it's only a matter of time before our villages, our towns will be conquered. I see the gentleman who was speaking, and I think on his DP, on his profile, he has like the Yoruba Fests, profile. I concur with that ideology. You should stick with your tribe and provide solutions to making sure you protect, whatever culture you have, protect your people, because that was the same way Ilori was conquered by the Fulani people. And somebody had already mentioned Turkey and all of those places, Iraq, or is it Iran, and all of those, Syria, and all those Christian countries of the olden age. At this point, at the point where we are, people have to really start pushing for secession. Everybody, because the government sponsors terrorism. Like, it is very, very evident. And we all know where Shakawu was found. We all know those who sponsor terrorism. Like, it's ordained. Like, it's not hidden information. It is really clear. Because if I make a crazy statement right now against the government, I could be traced to my house. I could be picked up very easy. But somebody is going on TikTok showing you the ransom that he has gotten, and nobody's picking them up. So, for a fact, we truly know those who are doing this. So it's only a matter of time that it gets to our doorsteps. There've been videos of the Fulani headsmen moving towards various directions. There've been intels on them, about to strike and all that, and they are well doing that. In Kogi, in Benue, in Enugu, it's happening, and even now in the southwest, it's hitting those regions. So, do we keep folding our hands and pretending like we do not know what is going on until we get drowned in water? No, of course. So, it is evident, and this is really what is going on. It's evident that Nigeria as a country has expired. It's evident that if we continue to be together, we will be Islamized, like we will be conquered. Because at the end of the day, there is clear division. When people are not united, it's already easy for the enemy to come in within. So why not unite with those who you trust, create your countries, and fight these enemies? Fight these enemies. Because I'm sure even people from Saudi Arabia, where there is no church, can actually come to Nigeria and stay here peacefully and nobody does nothing to them, and vice versa. So by the time everybody has their own country of their own choice, where they are not feeling trampled upon by any other ethnic group, I believe there would be more peace. Sometimes people say friendships and the relationships are better off at a distance. So I think we should start considering that. I think we have to start, maybe learning to defend ourselves. I think we have to start holding our leaders accountable. I also think people have to understand, and because I think I heard somebody talk about maybe leadership, for example. Tinubu as the president cannot do anything to solve Nigeria's problem. And let's be real. If you bring Tinubu as a person, you take Obi, take Atiku, take all of the presidential candidates together, add them together. Take the best presidents of America, bring them together in one, and make them a president of Nigeria. Nigeria would not work because the constitution is flawed. The constitution is heavily flawed. And by being that flawed, you cannot change anything except you have 2/3 of the House. And the 2/3 of the House is the North. So how do you expect a change in a system like that? So I think it's about time where people wake up and know that secession is the only way forward. Listen, most of us used to be one Nigerians. We used to enjoy the sound of Nigeria. But today, let's be for real. What has Nigeria done for you? You cannot even travel on the road from Lagos to your village. I mean, depending on any part of the country you are from, you are definitely scared. You can't even fly because the flight fees are outrageous. Like you can barely afford a living. Just imagine being earning 30,000 minimum wage under Jonathan and earning 70,000 now. Is 70,000 is even worse. You cannot afford, like, somebody. Imagine somebody buys a car of 2009 or even 2005, and they're thanking God. But somebody who lives in the US will walk into a dealership right now and pick up a car of 2025. Nothing happens. Like at this age where we are in our youth, or when you're in our young ages, the Nigerian state is literally killing most of us. Like by the time we realize what is happening, we are almost 40. We are 50. Nothing to achieve. And you know what? I don't think people really realize how bad things can get. Because, I mean, right now we are not seeing it. Like in 10 to 15 years, the decay that has happened in Nigeria now will begin to reflect. Because if civil servants get to a point where they could barely afford their living, taking care of their kids, I wonder what will be of them in 10 to 15 years' time. So we are at the point where we have to hold our leaders accountable. We have to insist as youths that, hey, listen, enough is enough. And of course, shoot people, they kill people and all of that. I mean, we have to get to a point where we stop being cowards, because I believe, personally, Nigerian youth are the most docile in the whole wide world. Like whatever that we are being dished out, we like. I would say we just tweet, we just talk, and everybody goes about their business, and it keeps happening, But right now, today, we have war upon our hands. People are actually killing others for their religious beliefs. There is massacre of lives. There is old ladies being raped. There is sacrilege going on the land. So instead of asking what is going on what is really going on in Nigeria, I think we should open our eyes, accept the truth, and know that war is upon us, and find ways to to defend ourselves, find ways to prefer solutions, find ways to put ourselves and our families first, even if it means your ethnic group. And I mean putting your ethnic group first, making sure you guys succeed, and move away from this disaster that is coming. Because for sure it is coming. For sure it is coming. Because they are not stopping. With the ammunition that they have, you don't even have a knife. You don't even have a cutlass to defend yourself. So I think it's about time we throw away ethnic bigotry. I think it's about time where we are united on ethnic lines. We do not have to be together, but coming together to fight off the common enemy should be what we should be doing. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Oleke. Ikpezu, are you there? Ikpebu. I hope I'm saying that right.
Yeah, it's Ikpebu. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for this space. I think I'm surprised that people are becoming bold and saying what should be said this evening. Right? It's quite surprising to me that it's come to this point. Silence is now collaboration. The only way around this is just to negotiate ex-Nigeria. That's the only way around it. People can deal with the local leaders. The corruption permeates everywhere, but the issue has gone beyond corruption now. It's about being alive. So it's about the real essence of being alive. What man is selfish around is to stay alive. That is being denied. I think voting for a National Assembly or a Constituent Assembly, these discussions should be going on, and the division should just be what should be an option. We have European Union, and they have so many small states. Yugoslavia is still living comfortably with all independent states, meeting again and then deciding on what to do. So when people say this is sacrosanct, I don't understand. So human life is not sacrosanct, but holding people together to exploit them and kill them is sacrosanct.
That's the worst form of hypocrisy that will go down in history many years to come. I think the option is to separate and discuss how that separation can be done. That's the only way around this now. So people can actually defend their territories from these invaders. They are not going to stop. They are not going to stop. The agenda is very, very clear. Islamize and kill, occupy. They don't believe in your laws. They're operating on their own laws. They have the right to do video of their loot on social media, and nobody goes after them. Shouldn't it be something that will baffle everyone? They have the courage to do everything they want to do. Nobody comes after them. Even after there was a threat from a world power, they even went haywire kidnapping school girls. If you understand the implication of stopping the education of the girl's child, you pity for ex-Nigeria, former Nigeria. Because if you stop the girl child from going to school, then the whole family is destroyed. Society is gone. If the girl child is not educated, and that is the group they're targeting. So the agenda goes beyond killing, now it goes to generational destruction. And the first rule in life is self-survival. The instinct is to save self. So I basically support the idea of discussion around how to separate. And then after the separation, economic ties can be done. Trump is doing deal, everybody's doing deal with countries. Even if 1 million countries come out of former Nigeria, they can sit down and do deals together. And that will be deal based on mutual agreement. And people have dignity and self-respect. If life is not worth anything again, what will be worth something? So thank you for this space. I think there should be more discussion on how to go separate and how to collaborate post ex-Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think, guys, we're going to leave it there for today. It's been a very intense space. I thank you all for those who contributed and those who listened. I appreciate everybody.